Hello everybody and welcome to round 4 of the Grand Touring Amateur Leauge here from Westhill International reversed. Chris Wilkinson here and Gus Leggate alongside me. And Gus, what do you think of the track today?
Hi everyone. Yeah, Westhill International reverse is a very difficult track. It looks quite simple on a map, but when you actually look at each of the corners individually, it's a track that requires a lot of commitment and a lot of concentration. So I think we're going to see quite a few mistakes today. There are some really challenging corners, so it's going to make for good racing. So today should be great, and the safety car is about to leave the grid. The cars are all ready, and Chris Ford is leaving the grid now. Wind speed is 3 miles an hour. That is 5 kilometers per hour, so it's not too bad. Although this is an exposed track, which is susceptible to wind, it should be okay.
Yep, well, running you through the grid now, and it's Sean Williams for E-Team on pole, Tommy Oscar 777 Racing in second, Garbalowski of Excite Lublin Racing Team in third, Clockwork Motorsports Michael Sadel in fourth place, Eric Smith of Something Awful in fifth place, and Epic Racing in sixth place, Todorovic of Sebring Chrome Pistons is seventh, Runas of Deadline Racing is eighth. Ninth is Gravd Racing with Gahammer at the wheel, and Raptor start 10th. That's the top 10. Looking further down the grid, we've got Seb Hutchinson for Sonic Realms down in 12th position. They had a horrible qualifying, really, just couldn't get the pace together. Even further down the back, though, Ministry of Speed and Core Racing both missed their grid slot, so they will start from the back.
Yeah, that's right. Both Core Racing and Ministry of Speed Racing missed the call at the start of the grid setting, so they both start from the back of the field, which it's pretty difficult when you've done a qualifying session and then you get to the back of the field. But that's bad management there for the teams.
Yeah, well, as Chris Ford leads us. Go on, Chris.
Yeah, well, remember that the cars are allowed to tyre warm until they get to the last sector. So when they get to the start of the last sector, the safety car is going to pull away, and then all the cars are going to get on a double file for the rolling start. So everyone has to calm down now, get to pit lane speed, roughly pit lane speed, and double up ready for the start. So the start should be coming up soon.
Yep, Sean Williams, our pulsar, taking the right hand side of the grid for E-Team. Tommy Oscar on the left hand side, and it'll run like that all the way down the grid, side by side start. And now Sean Williams controls the pace, holding it to about 80 kilometers, about 50 miles an hour. And now we just await the green flag. Is everything forming up okay in the back? I can't really see anybody. It's all looking decent at least, and we await the green flag, and the green flag waves. Oh no, it's not. So that's the start waved off, and we will go round once again.
Yeah, the race director there has used his best judgment, and he's decided that the back of the field wasn't right in shape there, so he's decided to wave the start off. So we're going to have one more safety car lap, and we are hearing there's a problem at the back of the field. There may be a collision and under safety car conditions, so we'll have to have a look at that and see what happened there.
Yep, well, while we're there as well, our third place grid spot people, Excite Lublin, have just timed out. So that's a disaster for them before the race has even started, dropping to the back of the field and a lap down now if they do actually rejoin, which they haven't done so yet.
So this second safety car lap is not going to be good for the tyres. It's already quite difficult to keep tyre temperature on the slow lap. Now that we're going to have 2 slow laps before the start, at least, I mean, we could theoretically see another lap here, but it's going to mean that the tyres are down in temperature, so the first turn especially it's going to be pretty difficult on cold tyres. Expect some lock brakes, maybe even some spins or contact. So this is another challenge that the drivers really didn't want at the start of the race. Everyone's nervous already, and then when you get the start waved off, you're all pumped up for the green flag, and the start gets waved off. You have to relax again, you have to get back into tyre warming mode, get your tyres back up, save as much temperature as you possibly can, and then build yourself back up for the start. So this is a nervous time for the drivers, and let's hope they keep a cool head so we can get this one underway. And E-Team are lagging at the back.
Yep, Sean Williams with a massive lag there. The safety car in-lap board is shown. And our pit lane starter joins the track, so they'll be able to get away smoothly, but now we just await everybody to form up nicely. Kenneth O'Keefe a long way back, and he's managed to go flat out around the lap, so he's going to have very warm tyres. I don't know what the admin team may do about that, but it's Williams about to lead the field through. Chris Ford, our safety car, pulls into the pit lane, and now we're just waiting for it to go green.
Green flag.
There is the green flag. Look at the start from Sadel. He pulls alongside Sean Williams, with Tommy Osgard up in the lead already for 777 Racing. 3 wide coming at turn 1 with Smith on the outside trying to squeeze his way through as well. Leanne Solfrank holding the inside as they come through turn 1. Sean Williams gets it on the grass. He's going to lose masses of places. Rejoins right at the back with Schneiders and the like, but Tommy Osgard and Sadel lead the field around. Seb Hutchinson up to 4th already, and he's challenging Runas and Smith for 3rd and 4th. And he's going to do them both as well. Terrific driving from Seb Hutchinson. Now he's up to 3rd in the first lap from 12th.
That was a fantastic move there by Seb Hutchinson. Round the outside of turn 4, that is fantastic. And now Deadline is running something awful racing into the infamous turn 5. Are they going to make it? They're on the inside. Yes, and Smith lets him pass. Deadline Racing make it up to 4th. That's a good move there. Good driving from both teams.
Yep, Smith doing probably the best thing for the race itself, and backing off, not wanting to get into a collision this early in the race, or in the race at all.
Oh, there's contact near the back between Ministry of Speed. They had a contact with someone. I didn't see which team it was, but they had a contact, and someone is off at the super turn 7. So there's a lot of frantic action here in the first lap as Kenneth O'Keefe and Ministry of Speed, Kenneth O'Keefe for co-racing and Ministry of Speed tried to make it through the grid, considering they dropped back at the start. Oh, and Kenneth O'Keefe just nudged someone off. I just saw Kenneth O'Keefe shoulder someone off, and there's a car off ahead as well, so it's frantic on the first lap.
About 30 cars around this very fast track is a bit of a difficulty for some drivers to manage to cope with.
Yeah, they averaged over 120 miles an hour in qualifying, so 120 miles an hour plus average lap is...
oh, Schneider's dropped a wheel, sorry to interrupt, but Schneider's dropped a wheel. He spins through turn 1, Schmidt goes wide as well. Oh, and Schneider's nearly joining straight in front of Zion. But that Snowguard Dragons falling down to 20th and 21st.
So we've seen 2 cars down off at turn 1. We saw Sean Williams on the first lap. Now he's up to 9th position, so he started on pole, made a mistake at the first corner, went off the track, rejoined, and now he's back to 9th place, so he's going to be kicking himself in here, and he's going to be on the rage, so he's probably going to make up some positions soon, because the 2 cars ahead of him are battling for 7th and 8th position, so he's catching them quite quickly.
Yeah, meanwhile you just saw Gahama go down the inside of Leanne Solfrank, taking 7th place off her. First female driver to compete in the GTL this season as well is Leanne Solfrank, and there's somebody up. Somebody timing, big lag from somebody, and they've managed to survive. Peace around the outside of White, leaning on each other through the fast right-hander. I can't see how that works, but Peace now looking at Kenneth O'Keefe, and these two fighting their way through together. Not going amazingly well, really. They've made quite a bit of contact with each other and with other people. But Sean Williams has very big lag now. Very akin to Rudy Van Buren at the last Masters of Endurance round. Yeah,
remember that we commented on Sean Williams' lag on the first lap. He had quite a big lag moment there, so his connection looks like it could be tested beyond destruction here.
Seb Hutchinson now challenging for second place already. At the back of Tommy Osgaard, as Sable has managed to take the lead, and he's getting away now in that XRR. We all knew the XRR would be quick here, but not as quick as it's already shown. 5 laps into the race now. And Seb Hutchinson was really challenging the back of Tommy Osgaard through turns 2 and 3, unable to make a move there. And he is holding his own against him, but unable to make the move as of yet.
Yeah, because this track is so fast, it is quite difficult to stay behind the car in front. So, especially in the second half of the track, it's basically follow the leader from the chicane to the last turn. So, you need to stay as close as you can behind someone. But with the aerodynamic deficiencies that you get following another car, that is quite difficult. So, he's doing a good job of staying close there.
Yeah, meanwhile, I've got a big gaggle of cars around the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th spot, and Kenneth O'Keefe here is looking to capitalise on the battles in front of him between Scott McKenzie and Nurma. And those two going side by side. Look at Scott McKenzie, very sideways, 3 wide now, coming into the final corner. It's flat out, and they should be able to save it. But Kenneth O'Keefe, oh, Nurma! And that's Scott McKenzie.
That was
spinning
Scott
off.
McKenzie, yep. Scott McKenzie touched the side of Nurma there, and he spun off. And I noticed he's also got a blank number plate, so that could be a problem for him as well. The rules say you need a team name or team tag and number plate, so Scott McKenzie could be in for a penalty here.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, after that incident, we've got Anton Moroz challenging the Snowguard team, who we saw dropping away earlier on, after the big kerfuffle that we had. But Kenneth O'Keefe, the big winner out of that, he's taken 2 or 3 places, just straight out by people spinning about in front of him.
So now remember that we've got 2 teams that are coming through the field here because they start at the back. We have Miniature Speed and Core. Miniature Speed up to 14th position, and they're really pressuring 7 Carat. Oh, there's contact! 7 Carat is off. Miniature Speed and 7 Contact just made 7 Carat. Sorry, they just made contact there, and the 7 Carat driver is off the track. The Miniature Speed driver, who's Jay Peace at the moment, he slowed down. Probably he was thinking that he could let the position back, but that's not going to happen. So we could see a protest there from 7 Carat Racing, because Jay Peace was around the outside in the fast turn 7, so we could see a protest there. Jay Peace possibly in the wrong. Let's see if anything comes of that.
Oh, and Dresler very sideways for Zion. And here comes Kenneth O'Keefe to try and capitalise on that mistake from him. We all know the call car fighting up from the back, and he's made another place up. He's up to 16th, Kenneth O'Keefe now. Dresler might come back at him, or at least try. He's not going to be able to have the room on the track to just get down the inside of Kendall. And Dresler wide again.
Yeah, Dresler made a mistake there, dropped his left side wheels off the track in turn 4. He's lost one position, he's losing another one now, so after being passed by Kenneth O'Keefe, he must have been quite disappointed in himself, and he's dropped the wheels off and lost 2 further spots, so he didn't really handle that situation well. He could have minimised the damage more than he did.
Yeah, meanwhile, Meek and Ojala, I think, is driving for the new GI Racing team. They are new to the series, but Meek, rather experienced driver in the GTL series for Racing Radicals, just dropped off from there, got in the slipstream too early, and through the earth of a long left-hander, just couldn't have the grip to go any closer to him. Ojala even catching up with Kramer there, as he had a bit of an off, and he's going to go side by side with him down the straight.
Yeah, this is going to be 3 wide very quickly, I think, because Kramer made a mistake. Ojala has passed him already, and Mick is having a run, but he's backed off. He's probably going to try and do him that halfway around this lap, maybe. He's taking a wide, he's taking a late apex here, he's trying to get best, and Kramer's done it again. He's put his left side wheels off the track, so he's losing exit speed. Mick might have a run on him here, but it doesn't look like it's enough right now. Ojala is a bit free now, he's got a bit of room to breathe.
Yeah, well, Kramer has very heavy left rear damage, and there goes running on the inside of Meek. He nearly turns him round. They hold on somehow. Meek holds the position, but Ronning put his nose where he shouldn't put it. Meek ended up getting nearly turned round. He managed to hold it rather well. And now Ronning's lost more time as he's going to be overtaken by the pit lane starting east.
Yeah, the damage on the Kramer car, that's the 7 carat car, it's got quite heavy damage on the left rear corner, and that was because of the contact with J. Peace from Ministry of Speed, which we mentioned a couple of laps ago now, so he's really feeling a bit of damage there in right hand turns especially. It'll be quite oversteery probably, so he's going to have to back off and just probably fix it at the first pit stop. So he's losing time, and he's got a winded car, so he can't really fight 100%.
So only 16 minutes gone of this 6 hours of Blackwood double length race. Today we also now have in the commentary box with us Theo Falkenberg of New Dimension Racing. So hello Theo.
Hello everyone.
Meanwhile, a battle for 6th starting to take place with Gravd Racing Gahama in the fastest FXR at the moment, catching the back of Serbian Chrome Pistons. And Serbian Chrome Pistons were challenging the back of Smith in the Something Awful car earlier on, and they've dropped back quite considerably in the past few moments. And now Gahama really challenging the back of him.
Yeah, that's right. It's often the case that when you're getting pressure from behind, you drop away from the car in front. You're not looking ahead, you're looking in your mirrors, you're making sure that the person behind hasn't got a run on you, they're not going to try and overtake you, so some of your focus is going to go from ahead of you, like attacking the car ahead of you, to trying to defend from the car behind. So it's often the case that when the car behind you gets involved in a battle, you can just get your head down and pull away from them. So that seems to be what's happened here with the Something Awful and Serbian Chrome Pistons drivers. As Gahama, yeah, he definitely looks like he's closing. And with the FXR here against the FZR, the FXR has got better traction out of the turn 1 there, so he's got a slight run on Todorovic, all Serbian Chrome Pistons, but not enough to make a pass right now.
Yep, well, while we're watching those two, TDRT's White and Schneider's of Snowguard have both had excursions off into the grass together, and meanwhile Solfrank here is being challenged by Schmidt, and here's James Peace as well, just bowing down behind them, just waiting to get an opportunity to get past the both of them, fighting his way through from the back. Kenneth O'Keefe not far behind either.
We've just been notified there by one of the Something Awful drivers, Pick D, that Eric, who is the driver in the car at the moment for Something Awful Racing, he made a slight mistake, and then Ivan caught him in the wrong place. So just as he was trying to recover from that mistake, Ivan from the Serbian Chrome Pistons caught him, so that's why he dropped back from the car ahead. So Ivan is right there with him.
Yeah, well, James Peace, as I'm sure some of you saw there, just made a fantastic move on the Raptor Racing car of Schmidt there, going down the inside into turn number 7, I think it is, 7 or 8. 7. Turn 7, and takes the 12th place off him.
JP's from Ministry of Speed has got a run now on Soul Frank of Gravity Team Racing Team. So he's it's good. That was quite an authoritative pass there by Ministry of Speed JP's into turn 5, which is a really difficult corner. That's the fast chicane at the end of the back straight, and he got past Leanne Solfrank of Gravity Racing Team there. Epic Racing, quite easily.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kenneth O'Keefe there trying the same move on Raptor Racing Schmidt there as James Peace pulled on him just a lap ago. Unfortunately, not being able to get enough grip on the inside and just being pushed wide by clipping the curb on the inside. You really don't want to be clipping that curb, otherwise it just sends you wide onto the grass on the outside. So he's going to have to compose himself and try again in the coming lap. Williams diving down the inside of Piroppo. I can't go at the TV direct quite fast enough. There we go. Williams made the move. Piroppo cutting back though. The two FZRs nearly side by side, Piroppo, but Piroppo just didn't get the exit. He's going to have to tuck behind Williams. May make a move into turn 2 and 3. Let's see. He's bumping him down a little through the curves, and now down the inside comes Piroppo. Don't really want to be bumping Sean Williams when he's got so much lag that we saw earlier. He might cut back into it again, but Kenneth O'Keefe off. Ken O'Keefe has been off in turn 2. Let's stay with Williams and Piroppo. Stay with Williams and Piroppo. Williams dives down the inside into the chicane. He makes the move stick. Can Piroppo push and get back past again? I don't think so. I don't think he's got the pace.
Kenneth O'Keefe just passed Nirma there of Estonian Endurance Racers, but Nirma is going to get a run on him, and Kenneth O'Keefe has moved quite aggressively, but he's okay now. He's in a straight line now, but Nirma is round the outside into turn 1, so we're going to see who's braver here. We've got a car coming up the inside as well. It's 3 wide into turn 1, and Kenneth O'Keefe takes it. He had the bigger testicular fortitude there, so sorry, it's actually it was contact there between Tiger Express Motorsports and Kenneth O'Keefe, but Kenneth O'Keefe has held that position, so he's up to 14th now from 28th to 29th, so good drive so far from Kenneth O'Keefe to make it make up so many places in 22 minutes.
Yeah, well, Moroz, Nirma and Dresler now very close. Nirma's been challenging the back of Zion a long time, and Moroz slowly getting away from these two now in the FXR. It's a good skill to be able to pull away from XRR and an FXR on this track, but he's doing it now. Meanwhile, big battling around the car of Kramer, and this is a big battling group, is the word I want. Schneiders goes down the inside of Kramer before the chicane, and then Bjornsson coming down the inside of Schneiders. He can't make that move stick. He backs out rather sensibly.
We've also got Acosta from Team Capo here coming up on Kramer, so as we already know that Kramer's car is damaged, so he's limping a little bit and he's been caught by quite a few people, so Kramer really doesn't have enough to fight with to get back through the field here, so he's probably going to lose a place to Capo Acosta in the near future as well. We can also see the battle between Miraz, Nurma and Dresler. That is an FXR against an XRR against an FZR, so we've got all three different cars here battling with each other, and it looks as if they're pretty close because they've been together for a couple of laps now, so all three drivers just looking to try and get to the front of this pack and pull away to try and get out of the pressure. But it's Dresler looks like he's got a bit of a run now in Nurma, and he's going to make a bit of room up into turn 7, but he runs a little bit wide. That's what we're talking about with washing wide. Oh, and there's a car off ahead. It's in the middle of the track. It's J Peace from Ministry of Speed. He spun there, must have spun coming out of turn 7, and he ended up basically just a little bit off the racing line. He didn't move though, so it looks as if he avoided all the traffic. But J Peace there, after making up so much ground from the back of the field, has now fallen back to, I make it 17th position, so difficult move there from J Peace. And just as I say that, Dresler from Team Zion gets past Nurma of Estonian Endurance Racers going into turn 1, so he's made up position now. The FZR has just passed the XRR, so we'll see if we can get past the FXR as well and get to the front of this pack to move up to 14th place.
Eric Smith for something awful edges, making up back to 4th place. Runas making 7 mistakes, and that puts something awful up to 4th. White and Garbalowski fighting it out in the back, and Garbalowski just managing to overtake White in the chicane. He seems to have a lot more speed than him.
Todorovic up in 5th position now in the slipstream of Runas, and he's passing him on the straight. Now it takes him to make the move stick through turn 1. Seems to look good, but Runas coming up on the inside. Todorovic runs wide, and Runas now side by side through the fast left and right hander. But it should be still not decided.
Yep, Todorovic is going to have the inside at the chicane. Best line through the corner. If Runas holds himself around the outside now, which he does, so he's got the inside for the right hander, and that's very well held on by Runas.
Yeah, very impressive driving from both drivers there. They gave each other just enough room, but not too much.
And Gahama is now also profiting out of this battle, overtaking Todorovic, who lost the momentum.
Yep, that's right. Todorovic lost a little bit of exit speed coming out of the turn before, so he got passed there by Gahama, and through turn 5 on the exit, Todorovic ran a little bit wide, so he's probably quite filthy with himself there because he made a small mistake which led to a drop in position. But it was good. It was still good driving there from the SCP and Deadline Racing.
Oh, Kenneth O'Keefe, well wide through the penultimate corner. Really is pushing the wheels off that car. We personally don't even know if he's got a replacement driver or if he's going to do the whole 6 hours alone and then get disqualified for outdoing the 75% rule. But he's going to come and give it a go, and he's pushing very hard. He's pushing the wheels off that car. He just isn't making enough headway.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Kenneth O'Keefe's identical twin brother turn up with a moustache and glasses, jump back in the car and try and do the rest of the race, but we might see Core with no replacement drivers, so Kenneth O'Keefe is doing a good race at the moment, but it may turn to nothing if they can't get a replacement driver for Core Racing.
Well, Dresler and Nurma, who've been battling all race long, and Nurma just never being able to capitalise on Dressler's mistakes. Now they've caught up to Moroz, and they might eat him up as well.
Just studying these three cars in battle here, and you can see that, as you would expect for an endurance race, all three drivers are being quite careful. They're not taking too many risks. I mean, Dressler had a small run in Moroz, but he decided to back off and wait until a bit later, as did Nirma as well. He had a small run in Dressler, so all three of these drivers seem to be driving with their head. They're not taking too many chances. They're just waiting back for an opportunity to make a clean pass. They're not going to risk contact or a spin or a protest or anything, so these three drivers are really driving with their head and being quite careful at the moment.
Yeah, well, Dressler's still fighting around the back of Moroz's car. He's left, he's right, he's trying to get through. Moroz is just holding ahead, and I'm wondering if it's actually beneficial for Moroz to actually hold these two up, because he's just holding himself up, defending from them.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made from both sides of that there. If Moroz gives these two a position, it looks as if the two drivers behind him are faster than him. I don't think there's any question about that. If Moroz lets the two drivers past, he's going to lose himself two positions, but he's probably not going to lose a lot of time. Whereas when he's battling with these two cars, and Nirma just runs slightly wide there. Good catch though. He put three of his four wheels on the grass there, that saved it. Sorry, if Moroz is going to let these two cars past, he's going to lose positions, but not a lot of time. Whereas if he battles with them and keeps them behind him, he's not going to lose any positions right now at the moment, but he is going to lose himself quite a bit of time. So there's definitely benefits from each side of this argument. As Dressler gets a good run out of the last turn, he might make it into turn one. He's slipstreaming now. He's gone to the outside. Let's see what happens here at turn one. And Dressler makes it before the braking zone. Yeah, Dressler's... Oh, no. Moroz is back up the inside, so Dressler made the pass there on the entry to the corner. Even before they got to the corner, Dressler was already ahead of Moroz, but he left the door open and Moroz put his nose back up the inside, so now Moroz has got the position back. Dressler is still in 16th, but he's pressing the back of Moroz's car here. Let's see what happens in the next turn. It looks as if it's going to be status quo. Yes, it is.
Yep, Dressler's still pushing around the back of that car. He got the run on the straight, but Moroz came and cut back, and you could see down the straight Moroz defending. And now Dressler's lost a lot of time, even falling back into the clutches of Nirma slightly. O'Keefe just setting the fastest lap and then going flying off the track as well. Still pushing considerably. Seb Hutchinson retakes the fastest lap though with a 35.66. He's ever quicker, getting closer to the back of Tommy Osgaard's car in second place. Smith just backing off in third. But Sadel for Clockwork Motorsport, he really is running like clockwork up in the front there. In P1 at the moment. Brilliant drive from them up to now. And Piroppo diving about all over the back of Williams as well. Williams dropped a wheel. Coming into turn one, lost a lot of time, and now Piroppo challenging the back of him. He has managed to pull away through the chicane, however.
And Dressler's up the inside of Moroz here. Through turn 6, he's pushed him slightly wide. Moroz won't be happy with that, but Dressler looks like he's made the position up, and he's gapped him a little bit already, so we were talking about this battle before. Dressler has made it past Moroz, and he's going to pull away, I think. As Moroz drops back into the clutches of Nurma, so Nurma and Moroz are going to battle each other, and it's probably going to give Dressler the opportunity to pull away here slightly.
Well, Dressler, obviously the faster car, we saw that when they were battling away, and yes, he has pulled away considerably already. Meanwhile, however, Chris Ford's just brought to my attention that Mike Sadel of Clockwork Motorsport is not running like clockwork anymore, because they are falling very, very rapidly in the clutches of Tommy Osgaard and Seb Hutchinson. Only 2.8 seconds behind now is Tommy Osgaard, and he's still a bit quicker each lap on average. Seb Hutchinson setting the fastest lap, so he's rather obviously quick. And they are catching to the back of Mike Sadel.
Oh, and Leanne Solfrank of Epic Racing Leauge there at turn 5, so she ended up just off the track and she waited for cars to go past, so that was good driving there. Some people in the past have driven across the track to try and rejoin and caused a big accident, so that was good driving with the head there. Made a mistake, but realised the situation, recognised not to move, waited until the cars were past and then pulled away, so good thinking driving there.
Mike Sadel putting a wheel wide again. And as well, it's interesting to see here, we've got a battle, sort of anyway, between Sean Williams and Piroppo. And Sean Williams is pulling away in Sector 1, and then Piroppo is just closing the gap extremely rapidly through Sectors 2 and 3. But he's never close enough to make a move. But now maybe, oh no, because he drops a wheel as well. Sean Williams got very wide out the chicane. Piroppo did the same, however, so he's not going to be able to capitalise on that.
Yeah, both these drivers, Piroppo and Williams, are looking quite ragged at the moment. They're both making some small mistakes, putting two wheels on the grass and things like that. Williams looks like he does have the pace, but if what you're saying is right, that Piroppo is catching up in the second part of the track, it could be that the two cars are set up quite differently. One of the cars prefers the first sector, and the other car prefers the second and third sector, so that could be an interesting little technical battle going on here between the engineers.
Now we see Seb Hutchinson on the back of Tommy Osgaard, and he may even make a move. He moves to the outside through the left S. He's going to have the inside at the right. Tommy Osgaard will have the inside for the first part of the chicane, but if Seb can hold it around the outside, he's going to take second place, which he does so he comes down the inside for the second part of the chicane, takes the second place, and now we'll try and have to drive away from Tommy Osgaard, but Sonic Rounds Racing with a brilliant turnaround in the first 40 minutes.
Yeah, that was another good move there from Seb Hutchinson. We saw him go around the outside of a car already in that turn, and he's done it again, so he's done a really good bit of driving there. Tommy Osgaard had a small run at him in the next straight, but Hutchinson was awake to it, and he moved over to block on the inside, so Hutchinson looks like he might have a faster car here, and he could offer opposition to Sadel in the lead of the race at the moment. He's about 2.7 seconds ahead, so these guys are going to have to fight to try and catch him, but Hutchinson may have a better chance to catch him. And Seidel is really feeling the pressure of this pressure coming on from the second and third drivers here. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 35.77, so that was a pretty good lap there by Sadel. He's really feeling the pressure. We'll see if Hutchinson can respond in the next couple of laps. Hutchinson is on the ragged edge here. Going through turn 3, he was trying to find where the grip was, and when you're trying to do that, you often find that the driver will... Oh, and Sadel is lagging. He may time out here. He's been lagging. He's out. The race leader has timed out, so that has given Seb Hutchinson the lead of the race here. He's probably earned it. I mean, he probably would have caught Sadel, but Sadel has timed out there, so that's a bitter blow to Team 13, which is Optics Racing. They were leading the race. They had been leading the race for a long time. Sadel reconnects, rejoins the race, so that's a crushing blow. His teammate also connects, but he'll have to disconnect. So Sadel was leading the race, had been leading the race for 20 odd laps, and timed out, so that's a bitter blow for Optics Racing. That does give the lead to Sonic Realms Racing, Seb Hutchinson. It promotes Tommy Osgard from 777 Racing up to second place, and Eric Smith from Something Awful Racing to third place, so everyone's gained the position here.
Yep, disaster for Clockwork Motorsport. The cog has broken.
Sadel, meanwhile, back on track. The unfortunate point was he lost about half a lap. He's been into it, so a bit unfortunate. A bit is a bit under. You know what I mean.
It was a cruel blow there, yes. What Theo's saying is that actually happened about halfway around the lap, so Sadel has lost that half a lap plus the time it took him to rejoin the race, so he's not just lost one position, he's dropped back quite a few positions. We can't give you an accurate position at the moment, but he has dropped back severely, so it's a bitter blow there for Optics Racing. And Seb Hutchinson, we were wondering about him, he's just on the fastest lap of the race, a 35.5. That would have been good enough to get him 15th position in qualifying, so Seb Hutchinson is really pushing here towards the end of the stint. Probably about 15 minutes to go, roughly, till the end of the stint, so the car is getting a bit lighter, the tyres are getting into phase, so Hutchinson is really stretching this to best advantage, trying to make the best possible gain he can over Tommy Osgard and 777 Racing.
Not only that, it would have taken him into 15th position in qualifying. This time is also not even 9/10 under the. It's faster than 9/10 of the pole position time. That's quite a good thing on a race setup.
Oh, and the driver for Dynamo Motorsport. Dynamo Motorsport have a right front puncture. Matonis is disconnected to take over the car. They have a right front puncture, and that's probably been caused by locking. Oh, he's off. The Dynamo Racing team, the Dynamo Motorsport team, sorry, are off at turn 7. He's still on the grass, waiting to rejoin the track, but this has cost him a lot of time here. And he's got 3 cars behind him here. Remember, he's trying to recover to the pits with a punctured right front tyre. So, he's got cars coming up behind him. This is going to be dangerous. And that's lucky that the cars passed him. 2 cars passed him. I think there was a change of position there between Nurma and Dressler.
Yeah.
Dressler dropped back again. So Dressler's lost the position because of that car limping home with a punctured tyre. He makes it to the pit lane entry. Slow down. Yep, he's got it slowed down. So Lombardi is in to change over in the Dynamo Motorsport car. Right front puncture.
Yeah, and the cars who passed him were Nurma and Dressler, and Nurma is now thinking, finally I got past him. And he's already pulling away from Dressler. So I think...
Yeah, well, meanwhile, Parappo comes down the inside of Williams. Sorry to interrupt, but Parappo down the inside of Williams, and he makes that move, finally. Oh, and James Peace times out.
Yeah, James Peace from Ministry of Speed has just timed out there, so... so far they've had quite a horrible race. They missed the call to the grid, so they started from the back of the field. They were making their way back through, but now J-Peace has just timed out there, so all the hard work that he's put in to get back up to where he was is gone for nothing. They're going to have to reconnect because nobody's reconnected yet. They're losing time. They need to get another driver on the server now, get him in the car and send him out. Still no one is connected from Ministry of Speed. They need someone on the server right now.
The thing is if it is something bigger than just a usual timeout or something, then it's really difficult to get on the server. For example, if the whole internet connection is just broken, and also the problem how to inform a teammate.
Yeah, if the timeout was caused by something like a blue screen of death or a computer failure, then it's going to take a couple of minutes to get back up. But what the teams should have is and James has just timed out from IRC as well, so it does look like it's a serious failure here. But the team should have someone standing by. The team should be in communication with the drivers. And as soon as Andy O'Brien is just connected there, so Andy O'Brien is connected for Ministry of Speed. It took him a couple of minutes, but they're on the server now. He's going to have to leave the pits right now. But it took them a couple of minutes to do that. And teams should have someone standing by. There should be someone, if he's available, sitting ready to join, like literally on the join screen, waiting to join if something happens. So that could have been a little bit of bad management there. But Eric Smith has now set the fastest lap at 25.39. So the times are really coming down here.
For those who are interested, this time would have brought him into 12th position in qualifying.
White challenging the still damaged car of Kramer now, and Sadel is on the same lap as them as well. Behind, Kramer's just managed to bunch them up, so now
Sadel is putting maximum pressure on White here. He's on the outside. He's going to get a double draft here. He got a draft there from White. He's getting a draft from Kramer, so he's going to make up at least one position, possibly even two. Oh, he's down the inside of Kramer. Kramer turns in. There's slight contact, and Kramer has a position against Sadel. Is in the middle. He might get passed by White. We can't. White is on the outside, but it looks as if Sadel might have this one. So he lost a bit of ground there to Kramer with that contact in turn one. For anyone who's just joined us or who doesn't remember, Sadel was leading the race but had a timeout, so Sadel has got to be frustrated. He's trying to make his way back through the pack here. He's probably thinking to himself, you know, I put in so much effort, I was leading the race, and I got a timeout, it wasn't my fault, but you know, he's got to put that behind him now. He's got to say, right, that was the past, now I'm in the race again. He's got to get his head down and pass as many of these cars as he can. He's already passed a few, he's coming up on Kramer now. Remember that Kramer still has that left rear damage from the contact with Ministry of Speed earlier on, so Kramer is a bit of a lame duck, and he's run wide, he's on the grass. He had two wheels in the grass there. Kramer is easy prey for Sadel around the outside, so Sadel has made that move. He'll probably make it stick because Kramer doesn't really have enough to fight with. So Sadel has made it up another position, and he's got another car maybe 3 or 4 seconds ahead of him, so he's going to have to push to catch that as well. And now White from TDRT is getting past Kramer as well. Kramer was obviously upset by that move by Sadel, so White is past Kramer, and he's done a slight block there. That was okay, that was fine, and he's got the position into turn 1. So White has just passed Kramer there. That is Danish racing team passing Simon Carrot Racing, so they make a position, and we saw another fastest lap there. That fastest lap was Seb Hutchinson doing a 35.23. Good enough for inside the top 10 in qualifying, so great pace there from Hutchinson in the race.
Yeah, and it is really a pretty good benchmark, this position ranking, to judge in how far they are in their stint. So I think there are, in the next few minutes we got into the first phase of pit stops here.
Yep, I think probably in the next 10 minutes or so we'll have the stops coming on. Hutchinson's tyres look quite good at the moment, but what you don't want to do at this place in particular is you don't want to run them too hard, because if you run towards right to the end of the tyre life, you can have problems, especially the right front tyre. We've already seen a puncture from Dynamo Motorsport on the right front tyre, and that's probably caused the right front tyre is often damaged into turn 1. The reason for that is that the entry to turn 1, you're turning and braking at the same time, so when you turn the car into the corner and then start to apply the brakes, it's very easy to lock the right front tyre because a lot of the weight is transferred off it towards the outside. So when you go into turn 1, there's masses of black rubber on the track, braking markers, people have locked up. So if you get in that situation, when you're approaching turn 1, you turn in, you put your foot in the brake and the front tyre locks up, you've got 2 or 3 options. The first option is to keep your foot on the brake, keep the tyre locked, keep your foot in the brake and make it through the corner. The second option is to come off the brake and try and go back on it so that you can try and make it around the corner without damaging the tyre too much. And the third option is to come off the brakes, run onto the apron, because there's a concrete apron round the outside of turn 1. You can come off the brakes, protect the tyre, run onto the apron and then rejoin the track. But if you rejoin the track, you have to be very careful to make sure that when you rejoin there are no cars coming that you're going to have contact with. And in that situation, probably the second option is the best. If you can modulate the brakes so you come off the brake, back on the brake, try and protect the tyre but make it round the corner without you going off the track. If you go off the track, you're going to lose some time and you may lose the position as you rejoin the track because there's traffic.
Yeah, that would be the most convenient strategy if you have to brake that hard through turn 1 to give it a bit room in an endurance race, because in sprint races you can do it to a tire, because the tire must do about 10 laps or so on this track, but these tires have to keep going for 33, 34, 35 laps.
Yep, that's right, and it's something that's quite important when you're picking a driver for an endurance race, is that you have someone who can look after the car. Often we see drivers who are very fast, they can do good lap times, but they damage the car, they hit the curbs, they hit walls, they lock brakes and things like that. So when you're choosing an endurance racing squad, you need to pick people who are good, who can look after the car. And we're hearing there's a left front puncture for Scott McKenzie.
Him the FXR, he does, and he's going to come through the gravel, or is he? He manages to hold it on the road. Bjornsson will get through as well.
Yeah, so that's Scott McKenzie of VM Racing. There's a left front puncture in the FXR. Now the FXR is easier to get home with a front puncture than the other cars. He's braking down towards the... Oh, and Andy O'Brien has timed out. Andy O'Brien, who was the Ministry of Speed replacement driver, has now timed out, so bad luck. Their two main drivers were just timed out there. So Scott McKenzie for VM Racing is in the pits, replacing all his tyres, doing a fuel stop. So he's not going to lose a huge amount of time there, because it was coming up on the scheduled pit stop window, but still never a good thing.
And O'Brien also quit IRC, so seemed to be something heavier there too.
Well, meanwhile, White challenging down the inside of Abernethy, coming into the fast chicane. Still can't make it work, and White flying over the curbs. 56 minutes gone, so we're starting to get into the pit lane, into the pit window.
And the driver for Ministry of Speed has just reconnected. Krzyzanowski, that's possibly how you pronounce it. I'm not really sure, but Ministry of Speed driver has just come in to replace Andy O'Brien, who timed out, so he's rejoined the race. They didn't lose much time this time. Remember, last time they lost 2 or 3 minutes, so they haven't lost as much time this time. But 2 disconnections, 2 technical problems, not good for anybody's race.
Oh, and Krzyzanowski is the 3rd driver in the first hour of racing here for Ministry of Speed.
Yeah, Ministry of Speed really having bad technical problems here. Oh, and White.
Oh wow, and White, yes. And White's got a puncture, left front puncture for White. White has a left front puncture. We saw him getting totally out of shape. Both myself and Chris Wilkinson we hit the river limit ourselves there. He was massively out of shape through the chicane at turn 5, and he's punctured his left front tyre, so he's going to have to make it back here with half a lap with a punctured left front tyre.
Yep, another
That's bad luck.
front tyre as well, and that's interesting. The fact that the FXRs are rather heavy on the left front tyres.
Yep, it does seem as if the FXR is more susceptible to the front punctures than the FZR and XRR at the moment, because we haven't seen one of those. But White is making it back to the pits now. He's going for 130 miles an hour approach. He's he's really testing the brakes there. He's made it back in safely, so he's going to be okay. But you know, half a lap with a left front puncture is costing him quite a lot of time there. Hutchinson, the race leader, the ex-race leader, is also in the pits for a regular tyre and fuel stop. About 58.5 minutes gone, so Hutchinson right on time there with the first pit stop.
But it'll be interesting to see how long some people actually go, seeing as this is a 6-hour race rather than the usual 3. So maybe a bit of opportunity to gain some time with the pit stop strategies. I think we have the XRR or probably the XRR that'll last the longest here.
we've also seen that
Bjornsson's on! Bjornsson with another FXR left front puncture. He's off through turn 8 rather. And what's happening with all these FXR front tyres?
Well, left front is the tyre which is really brutalized in the chicane, and also...
Oh, he's off, he's hit the barrier! Sorry to cut in there, but he almost rolled it. He hit the barrier quite hard and almost rolled it, so he had no luck. He had no chance of making that turn there at that speed, so he's overestimating the grip level with a punctured left front tyre. So is that now 3 or 4 FXR front left punctures we've seen? So it does take a lot of punishment, as Lilo was saying. The left front tyre is the one that takes the most punishment for the FXR, so it's probably not surprising to see as many.
Yeah, well, you would think everybody would judge the tyres accordingly in an endurance race, because even if you've got a tyre and fuel stop a little bit earlier, saves a lot more time than having about a 40-50 second delay from popping the tyre and hitting a wall.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. I mean, you would normally expect the teams to be slightly better prepared than that, but you know, these are amateur drivers. I don't mean any disrespect to them, but these are amateur drivers, and something that is very different.
Acosta's off in the first chicane, and he rejoins soon, I would guess. He's reversing and going forwards and reversing everywhere. Away he goes.
Yep, and Bjornsson from Whitewater Radicals has spectated, so we don't know what that was for.
His teammate joined the race, so they had 2 cars on track, so they didn't do a conventional takeover, they did a spectate join takeover.
Yes,
meanwhile, look at this, the battle for the lead, and Smith is right on the back of Tommy Osgaard. Eric Smith has nice considerably warmer tyres than Tommy Osgaard. Well, considerably warmer tyres than Tommy Osgaard does. He's much quicker through this lap, and now it's the turn of Smith to have a go at Tommy Osgaard. We've already seen Seb Hutchinson do it. Can something awful take the lead? He goes to the inside. Tommy Osgaard turns in, and that's the turn. Tommy Osgaard has spun. Runas coming through as well. Runas is going to take the lead. So that was interesting.
Wow.
Interesting is no word for it.
Well, we've picked up that little battle there, and when I picked it up, Tommy Osgaard was basically cranked sideways at turn 1, so looks as if he was having quite a lot of difficulty putting the power down. Obviously Something Awful Racing smelt blood there in the water, but possibly a misjudged move there. I mean, Tommy Osgaard was defending himself, but there was contact, and Tommy Osgaard has lost a few positions here, so we'll see if anything comes of it. But that was quite an interesting little battle there for a few minutes. Now we've had a contact from Something Awful Racing, and Eric, the driver who was in the car, has immediately been on the radio to his team and told them that he was very sorry he missed his braking point. So the Something Awful driver there is putting his hand up and taking the blame for that one. We'll see if anything comes of it. Oh, and the Zion car is a left front puncture. It's an ZR with a left front puncture at turn 5. He's getting back on the track now, so he's going to have to do half a lap. And there is another car ahead. There is an XRR ahead, number 12, going very slowly as well. Does he have a puncture as well?
Oh, okay. Well, no, he's been in the pits fairly recently.
Yeah, it's been spinning off. That was number 12's problem. He spun off and rejoined near the point where we were looking at the Zion Racing team.
Oh, he's in the gravel. Oh, is he going to be able to save it out of that? He might get stuck, and this might be a safety car. He reverses it out still while they've got momentum, so he manages to keep going with another car. Not judging it correctly, and he joins the track, and there's somebody coming as well. Baron coming, nearly clipping the car of Dresner.
Oh wow, that was Perron from E-Team, the reigning champions, coming in and nearly drilling the back of the Zion car there. So yes, we've seen yet another driver misjudging the car on the way back to the pits with a punctured tyre. So a little bit of inexperience here shown today.
Oh, and Epic Racing and Fubar made contact in the pit lane. Solfrank wanted to go to a pit box, Abernethy wanted to come out of a pit box, and they made contact, and Cattell now taking over the Epic Racing car.
I can't remember the last time I saw contact to the pit lane, but in that case, when someone is in the... Oh, and chat from... that's not too bad. Chat from... Oh, they've just chatted and blocked messages from Team 36. From Team 36? That's Maximum Racing, sorry. Nieva joined the server, chatted, block messages, and there's got a drive-through penalty for it. So a bit of a bad mistake there from Nieva. We see that quite often in Masters of Endurance, where someone will chat and get a drive-through penalty for it. So there we go, another penalty given.
The thing about it is, as the second driver joined and did the chat, he is now having to serve the drive-through penalty first before he can really do the driver change.
Yeah, but he's going side by side with Kenneth O'Keefe now, and I think this is for positioning. Kenneth O'Keefe making a big contact on the back of Neva's car. Neva going a bit slower than Ken, obviously. Ken letting him know he's there rather contactly. Abernethy gets a drive-through penalty.
That was for a blend lane violation, so he crossed the pit exit line. Kenneth O'Keefe is now up the inside of Neva in the last turn. We did see Kenneth O'Keefe beep his horn for about 10-15 seconds, so not very sporting from Kenneth. Not saying anything more about that, but not very sporting.
Well, it's Kenneth. And we've got a new personal best of Matoni with a 1:38.29.
And if you're wondering where that would put him in qualifying, that would be last by about 3/10. So we now see the Clockwork Racing car up the inside of the Excite LRT car. So a little battle here. Remember, the Clockwork are trying to get back from a problem they had earlier on, a timeout they had earlier on. He's up the inside of the Excite LRT, and I think he's going to make it stick. Oh no! There's a little bit of arguing over this position, but yeah, in the end, Clockwork scored it. I think that was inevitable anyway.
Oh, and Acosta is off in the Team Capo Cup in the final corner, so he rejoins. He'll probably go straight to pit lane as well because he's running very old and cold tyres. No, he doesn't.
and Deadline Racing, the leaders, come into the pits. So we have seen quite a lot of activity in the pits. I think there are 4 cars in at the moment, so there's a lot of congestion in the pit lane. We saw before. Yeah, that's right. Tommy Oscar is also in. So we saw a lot of We see a lot of congestion. We've already seen contact in the pit lane, so all the drivers need to think with their heads and really check the pit lane before they enter the fast lane again.
Yep, and the car to inherit the lead is the XRR of Nurma and Iggy Yar. So Iggy Yar from the back because of the pit stop strategies of everyone else, and because of how long they're holding on here, they take the lead. But those tyres are looking very, very thin. I can't imagine they'll be out for more than 1 or 2 laps.
Yep, so they haven't pitted yet. As Chris says, they are quite thin on tyres, they're quite skinny on tyres, so expect a pit stop from the leaders, the people who've just taken over the lead, EER. Expect a pit stop in the very near future. And we've just seen that International Team Capo have been given a drive-through penalty. That is for crossing the blend line on pit exit. So we've seen a couple of penalties now for this. For anyone who doesn't know, when teams are exiting the pits, they need to respect the white line, the white and yellow line on the exit of pits. So if they cross that line, they're going to get a penalty, a drive-through penalty. So Team Capo, F. Sad, is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. I think he's going to do it right now. Yes, he's coming into the pit lane, so he approaches pit lane very slowly, and he's going to do the drive-through right now.
Yeah, but he's going to be very sad after having to serve that drive-through penalty for quitting the blend line. Oh, and Matona spins!
Yep, Matonis, that's another spin from him. Remember a few minutes ago, he also spun off the side of the track and had to rejoin very slowly, so that's two mistakes at the same position within about 10 minutes of each other, so Matonis not really learning from his mistakes there.
Oh, and Noel! Noel flying over the grass through turn number 2 and 3.
Yep, that's the Danish racing team. No idea what happened there, but he went across the inside gravel, so maybe he locked his brakes on the braking. I have no reason, I have no explanation for that at all. Most strange. And we have a battle here between Kenneth O'Keefe and Jan Gruner, the Core and 777 racing cars. Turn 3. Oh, it's side by side.
Ken O'Keefe will have the inside for the second part, and he makes the move, but he's going to run wide. Gruner on the road itself. Kenneth O'Keefe coming across Gruner, and Gruner just had nowhere to go except up the back of Kenneth O'Keefe just to speed him back up. So Kenneth O'Keefe does make that move, but under quite weird circumstances.
That was probably questionable driving, being politically correct. That was questionable driving from Kenneth O'Keefe. He basically kept a position by driving back onto the track and making someone hit him. So, you know, questionable driving there from Kenneth O'Keefe, as we've seen today.
And Parabola having a nice excursion off into the grass, taking a picnic.
So after all the first pit stop sequences shaken out, we see that Sonic Realms are back in the lead of the race, and it looks like they've got a reasonable margin as well to the second place car.
A big gap of about 9 seconds. So Seb Huntington has got the lead by a very large margin, but it's very close between Smith and Runas. That's Something Awful in 4th and Deadline Racing in 3rd. And I can hear in my ear the conversations of Something Awful, and Eric is really pushing to get around Runas.
Now remember that in the GTAL series we do have safety cars, or we can have the event of a safety car. So if a driver is stranded on the track, if they're upside down, or if they're in a gravel trap, or they're immobilised, we can have a safety car condition. So the gap that Seb Hutchinson has at the moment, the 9-second gap, it could evaporate to nothing if we get a safety car incident. So, you know, there's not much chance of a car flipping at this track, but there is a chance of a car getting stuck in a gravel trap. We'd have massive expanses of gravel, and with the number of punctures we're having today, we could have a car stuck in the gravel. So
speaking of that, Sadel is stuck. Sadel is in fact stuck on the outside of the penultimate corner. He's not moving anywhere, and this will be a safety car. Safety car is coming out.
That was not planned in any way.
After 1 hour 20 minutes, safety car period 1 here at Westhill.
We're having reports from Clockwork Motorsport, which is we're having reports from Optics Racing that it was actually car number 28, which is a car of Capo, who pushed number 13 into gravel. So number 13 are blaming number 28. So we have a safety car on the track, we have a rescue car on the track. So because Stadel is stuck in the gravel, he's got to be pushed out of the track. So this probably isn't going to change the race that much because the pit stops have just happened, so there's no opportunity to make a crackerjack strategy and gain an extra stop. So this could just be a safety car to bunch up the field and give us some invigorated racing again. We currently have Chris Ford driving the safety car, the SZ5. He's doing a good job of it, obviously. He's been sitting at the end of the pit lane for about an hour and 20 minutes, so his tyres are basically stone cold at the moment. So from experience, I know it's quite difficult to drive a car on very cold tyres, so he does need to give a certain amount of caution to this. He's got a couple of cars have been let past here, so the lap cars have been let past the safety car. So the race director, Jonathan Palmer, is directing cars to overtake the safety car. That is lap cars. So 3 cars, number 16, number 30 and number 06, have been let past the safety car, and now Seb Hutchinson, who is the bona fide race leader, is directly behind the safety car. So we're going to see this safety car out for a little bit of time until the track is safe for racing again. So right now what is happening is all the cars are going to be backing up. We have Seb Hutchinson lost all of his advantage, lost all of his 9-second plus lead. He's not very happy about it, obviously. The cars who have been let past might be able to catch up to the back of the train, and what we're going to see, they might not catch up, but they should catch up to the back of the train. We also have another car being waved through, so the race director is really getting everything back. So when we go racing again, we're going to have a great battle. We're going to have nothing in the way of the race. So good race direction here from Jonathan Palmer.
Sadel was just freed up by Michael Booth in the rescue car. But now, unfortunately, he has to wait until all the bunch of cars passed the line. Past him, sorry.
Yeah, that's right. So Michael Booth in the RB4 push car, safety car, has pushed Sadel, the rescue car, has pushed Sadel out the gravel trap. And Sadel had to wait at the side of the track as the whole safety car train passed him. So he's lost a hell of a lot of time here. Pit exit is now closed because the cars are going past the pit entry. So when the safety car and the field are passing the pits, the pit exit is closed. So anyone who's an F1 fan might remember Canada a couple of years ago when we had the Lewis Hamilton incident where he didn't see the red light at the end of the pit lane and crashed into the back of Kimi Räikkönen. So pit exit is now closed, but it will be open soon when the bunch is past the pit exit.
And back then also Felipe Massa did not see this red light and got a disqualification because of it.
And I believe that Juan Pablo Montoya also did the same thing in 2004 or 5 maybe. So it has happened quite a few times in Formula 1 that people have left the pits with the red light on. Also Rubens Barrichello, I think maybe in 2008. So we've seen quite a few times that drivers don't look at the red line at the end of the pits, and in LFS it's a lot easier because you've got a massive message on the screen saying pit exit's closed. So nobody violating that rule at the moment.
Yeah, but Seidel will be having to wait for the safety car. It's a massively unfortunate race for them. 1 hour ago they have been in the lead and now they are dead last.
Yep, and the start of that was when Seidel had a timeout from the lead. So Seidel had been leading the race, was comfortably leading the race, and had a timeout. So their luck has gone from bad to worse here as they've possibly, allegedly, been taken out by another car. So their race is, they're not going to recover a lot of points from this race, put it that way. So we're going to have at least one more lap of safety car. And what this means is that when the cars are behind the safety car...
car 11 got hit by a car on the yellow. Car 11 got hit by, I think, Piroppo in the back of the field and spun over the track and is now back in the line. But he's got massive cosmetical damage at the back.
Yeah, so when the cars are behind the safety car, as they are now, it's very difficult to keep tyre temperature up. So what the drivers have to do is they have to try and keep as much temperature as they can by weaving left and right and by accelerating and braking. But it's quite difficult to do that because cars are being let past on the side. Plus, you have to look out for people ahead and behind of you. If you accelerate to warm your tyres at the same time as the person ahead of you is braking, you can have a crash very quickly. So when we get back to racing, the drivers who have done a good job of keeping tyre temperature are going to be at a massive advantage to those who haven't. When you don't have a lot of tyre temperature, you lose what's called grip security. So when you've got hot tyres, when you've got good, nice, warm tyres, you know roughly how much grip you've got. You're pretty certain that when you accelerate, when you brake, when you turn in, you're going to know exactly what's going to happen. Whereas when you've got cold tyres, they feel a bit like jelly. You've lost the grip security. You're not sure exactly what's going to happen. So it means you can't push 100% on the first lap or the first few laps. You're going to be back, 80%, 90%. And the drivers that have done a good job of keeping tyre temperature, they can push harder, quicker, so they can make a good benefit out of the green flag lap. And we've had a notification. This is the last safety car lap. So at the end of this lap, we will have the safety car will pull in and the race will resume. So one more lap to go, maybe 2 or 3 minutes to go until the race restarts.
Yeah, well, the man on track with the best tyres, by the looks of things, is Runas of Deadline Racing. And if you look at those tyres, I mean, all of us here on the server can, you lot can't, unfortunately. But if you look at the tyre readouts on his car, very, just okay, considerably warmer than everyone else's. Smith, for example, with very cold tyres.
Yep, I just noticed there that Runas, what he was doing to heat his front tyres was, he obviously has moved his brake balance forward, so in the cockpit you can adjust the brake balance in the car, so he's moved his brake balance forward, and then he's got his foot on the brake and his foot on the accelerator at the same time, so he's basically locking his front brakes, locking, unlocking, locking, unlocking, but keeping the car going forward, so he's got a lot of temperature in the front tyres, and also at the last turn now he was sliding the rear of the car around, so he's doing a really excellent job of keeping tyre temperature. I think without knowing exactly what his tyre temperatures are, he's probably got maybe 15 degrees more tyre temperature than the people ahead of him, so on this restart expect fireworks here from Runas because he's done an excellent job. If I was his team manager, I'd be saying well done, good job there, because he's done a really good job of keeping tyre temperature here, so he's going to have an advantage here, a market advantage when the green flag flies.
Yeah, well, looking at his position in relation to Gahama, he's very confident in being able to make a move soon on the opening lap.
So the notification of the race director, the safety car is in this lap, the safety car pulls away from the field. Now the field is under the control of Seb Hutchinson. He has to decide when to go, so he can put the hammer down wherever he wants to, but he cannot overtake the safety car. So Hutchinson controls the field. When he wants to go, he's going to go. And no one can overtake before the line, the control line at the safety car. Safety car pulls in, so Hutchinson is going to go. He's gone, he's gone. And we see a contact there between 777 Racing and 7 Chrome Pistons.
Look at Sepam.
Sepam just made up
Runas going around the outside of Gahama.
And that was Sepam there, jumped to start. He'd made up 5, 6, 7 positions. That's terrible. He's been given a drive-through penalty for it, and rightly so. You cannot jump at the start. You cannot make positions by jumping the start. Terrible driving to Sepam. He's cost himself. He's cost his team. That was awful. If I was his team manager, I would be on the radio saying, "You better get out the car. I don't want to see you again," because that's terrible driving.
Well, Sepam given that drive-through penalty, so he's going to have to serve that way in the next 10 minutes. We do apologise for the technical difficulties we are having at the moment with the TV director function and just not being able to turn off Seb Hutchinson. He is rather attractive, so I'm sure you'll all be rather happy with the view, but...
Oh, and 777, Jan Gruner from 777 Racing is off the track at turn 5. We didn't see what happened, but I saw Jan Gruner spinning off. He is down in 90, he's on 19th position in the server, so he's lost a lot of positions. Remember, they were battling for 5th and 6th, I think, so Jan Gruner has lost a lot of positions on that lap. We don't know why yet. His tyres are, the outside edges of his tyres are almost black. They're probably 20 or 30 degrees. The inside tyres, inside shoulders aren't much better, so it could be cold tyres taking Jan Gruner out of the race there. That was pretty bad luck for Jan. We don't know exactly what happened, but it could have been cold tyres.
Kenneth O'Keefe going side by side with Something Awful's Eric Smith. Kenneth O'Keefe is the winner in that. Oh, and that's Moroz very well out of the chicane. Okay, Gahama side by side now with Seb Hutchinson for the lead. Seb doesn't have the run. Gahama does. Look at Runas diving all over the back. He's going to the outside. He goes on the grass, does Runas. Gahama still challenging Seb Hutchinson. They're still side by side. Hutchinson has the inside for the right hand curve. There's lag happening there. Gahama runs very wide. He gets a slide on, holds onto it. Hutchinson holds the lead for now.
That must have been very disconcerting there for Gahama. Just as he was trying to go around the outside of Hutchinson, there was a momentary lag spike from Hutchinson, so Gahama at that point in time didn't know where Hutchinson's car was, so very disconcerting.
Meanwhile, Sepam's in for his drive-through penalty.
Yep, remember that was for jumping the restart, so he's dropped back from... He was basically in the lead of the race at some point, but now he's dropped back to 17th in the race on the server, so a very hefty penalty there, and I think deservedly so. I was quite harsh before when I was saying about him, but that is the sort of thing that you just can't have. And even in amateur racing, you cannot have someone jumping the start as blatantly as that, and when it does happen, they have to be punished. So he's gone back from the lead of the race at one point to 17th position. His team will not be happy with him.
Oh, and a spin from Jan Gruner! And 777 Racing's day goes from bad to worse after the contact they had with Something Awful. Now Gruner's made 2 mistakes, all his own and rather large ones as well.
and we've just had word that it was actually 7 places that were made up on that jumped restart. So he made 7 places and he lost 16, so it's probably quite fair. So at the front of the race again, we've got Gahammer and Hutchinson. Gahammer in the FXR, Hutchinson in the FZR. So there's strengths and weaknesses in the front two here. Hutchinson doesn't look as strong as he did before. Before the safety car period, Hutchinson looked very strong. He had built up a good lead. But now Gahammer looks as if he might just be catching slightly on Hutchinson. So we'll have to see how this develops in the next few laps.
Well, Kenneth O'Keefe as well has the core car up to 5th now after starting from the back. That's a good performance from him, but Todorovic starting to challenge him as well. Eric Smith just behind, looking to see if there's if these two start battling, then he's going to really catch up very rapidly.
And Kenneth O'Keefe makes another mistake here, letting Todorovic from serving chrome pistons and possibly Eric Smith from something awful racing back through again. So after doing all that work to pass the 2 cars, O'Keefe made another mistake and let them back through again, so more work again.
Oh, and he's off again.
And another spin. Oh, he's just disconnected. Kenneth O'Keefe has just disconnected from the server, so that's effectively saying I'm going to take my ball and I'm going to go home. So O'Keefe is in a corner crying at the moment.
And a disconnect means did not finish result.
We did speculate before that we didn't know whether Core Racing had a driver to take over from Ken, so I'm probably a bit harsh on him there. It could just be that Ken doesn't have a replacement driver and he's been notified of it, and now there's no point in him doing any of the race if he's not going to get classified. So I should probably take back my own words. Apologise to Ken there. So we'll have to see whether that's the situation. If it was the situation, then apologies Ken. But if he did just quit because he was feeling a bit bad, then I'm going to say what I said again, so we'll see.
Here Schneider's going down the inside of Moroz into the first chicane, and Moroz will be able to hold it around the outside and hold the position.
Now remember a couple of laps ago that I did say that we were going to have to monitor the Seb Hutchinson-Gahammer situation. Hutchinson now has built quite a solid gap, so maybe he was just settling back down into the car, getting back up to temperature, making sure everything was fine before he started pushing. So Hutchinson looks like he's in... Oh, just to say that, he puts 2 wheels off, but Hutchinson looks like he's in control of the situation and he's pulling away now from Gahammer, so Solid Realms look like they've got a good lead at the moment. Also noticing that Perron from E-Team, the defending champions, is back up in 4th place at the moment. For anyone who missed the start of the race, Sean Williams started for E-Team from pole position. He made a mistake at the first turn, and they dropped down to, I think it was 9th or 10th position at the worst. So E-Team have had a good fight back here. Perron is looking like he's got a little bit of pace over Runas from Deadline Racing, so we could see E-Team back up on the podium by the end of the race, maybe even second place. We're going to have to see what happens in the next few laps. As Runas makes a small mistake, so Perron's got another run on him now, so I think Runas is feeling the pressure of the defending champion down his neck, so expect a pass for position very soon. Oh, and team number 12, which is Dynamo Racing. Oh, there's a contact there. Oh my, that was that was a massive contact between the Dynamo Motorsport and Conquest Racing. I just noticed that a team driver Lombardi came in to take over the Dynamo Motorsport car. Remember that the driver at the moment has had 2 mistakes already, so maybe he's just wanting out the car. Maybe he's not comfortable. So on his way back to the pits to have the car taken over, there was contact with the Conquest Racing car, so we might see something come of that.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Sepam and Abernethy battling away for 15th place. Sepam, we all know, had that drive-through penalty for Abernethy very sideways.
And we've also got Saad from International Team Capo off. He's doing a little bit of grass tracking. He's rejoining just ahead of Seb Hutchinson, so he's had another spin, so he's probably not had the best day, best baptism. He joined, had a penalty for crossing the pit exit line, was allegedly involved in the contact that put Sadler in the gravel. He's had a couple of other small mistakes, and now he's had another spin, so Sad is, as Chris Wilkinson said earlier on, he's probably feeling a bit more sad now.
Oh, Parappa going very sideways with Verstrecken, and he got 2 or 3 wheels on the grass on the outside of turn 1, recovers. And Steve could tell under pressure from Scott McKenzie, who's just been off in the grass on turn 1. And down the inside comes Scott. This is going to be a very tight move into the chicane. Cattell later on the brakes, but he nearly takes the tyres with him there. But the Epic Racing car survives to fight another day down in 12th place. Owen Smith now very close to the back of Todorovic, coming through turn 1. He had a much tighter line than Todorovic. Todorovic ran a bit wide on his braking point, and you can see that Something Awful car is a bit quicker. 10th or so in the previous lap. Smith still closing in. And Cattell now going down the inside of Mackenzie, and he's made the move still. Unfortunately, we weren't watching that.
And the capo driver who we were talking about before, Saad, has now timed out, so that's another incident. Obviously not his fault, but that's another incident that's taken the capo team down in the rankings. Cattell is now battling with Moroz. They're very close to each other, but it looks like Moroz has got a good exit there from turn 4, so he's going to hold the position at the moment. And as we discussed before, there's not much chance of making a pass from the exit of the chicane to the last turn. So Cattell has to just really bide his time. Oh, he almost put 4 wheels on the grass there. He almost cut the track so much on.
Mackenzie, big off.
That was after the fast chicane.
Yeah, Mackenzie there from VM Racing in the FXR. He's got a lot of damage, probably between a third and a half damage on the left hand side suspension, so there's a lot of damage on the left hand side of his car.
I think our technical commissioners have to take a look on this car, whether it is too small now.
Cattell drafting Moroz on the outside now. Cattell is on the outside. He chose to go on the outside rather than the inside there. He's going to hold it, I think. A little bit of a snatchy gear shift there down into third gear. So Cattell makes the position there over Moroz. We were talking about before. We got to Scott Mackenzie. So interesting there that Cattell went to the outside rather than going to the inside on the pass. So obviously he thinks that's a better line on the entry at the corner. So he made that one stick. Good move, and now he's going to pull away, I think. And Scott Mackenzie, we were talking about Scott Mackenzie just a little bit before, and Thilo did actually mention that the car might have to be looked at by the officials, because if a car is too dangerous to continue, it can be a driver change or a repair can be requested. So Mackenzie has decided to pit himself and repair the damage. So obviously he decided it was too difficult to continue with it. So Mackenzie in the pits fixing damage. Now we spoke a little bit at the start of the race about the track today, how you need a lot of commitment and concentration. And if you actually, I mean, given the current climate in world motorsport, where everything is kind of sanitised and runoff areas and nice things to hit, I suppose, as it were. Oh, we've got another car off in turn 3. It is the Conquest Racing car. We've seen Conquest off a few times today. One of them wasn't their fault. I think one of them might have been their fault. So another small mistake from the Conquest Racing team, perhaps. But we're talking about sanitised tracks, how everything is, expanses of open runoff area and things like that. But Westhill is definitely not a track like that. I mean, Westhill is very much a kind of 50s type track. There's very little or no runoff area. There are very few curbs around, so if you make a small mistake on the exit of a corner or the entry of a corner even, you can go off very quickly. And because the average speed is so high, 120 plus miles per hour average lap, when you do go off the track, you're often going very quickly. So it doesn't take a lot of time to go from the edge of the track, which has no runoff area, to hit the barrier. If you hit the barrier, you've got a lot of damage at 120 miles an hour. So Scott McKenzie has just felt that himself. But today, Westhill would not be approved for an FIA event today because it's probably not very safe in comparison to a lot of the tracks today. But it does have a lot of character, and that's one of the things that makes it so challenging, is that there isn't a lot of runoff area and you need to be very precise. There are some tracks in LFS where you can kind of relax a little bit and you can drop your concentration and still do fast lap times. For example, Aston National, Aston Club, and probably Blackwood as well. You can just relax a little bit but still do good lap times, whereas here you need to be on the ball every single lap. You need to spot the apex as well. You need to make sure you're not going to drift out, and it takes maximum concentration to do even a good lap, never mind a fast lap.
Oh, and Conquest off again.
Yeah, Conquest off on the exit of turn 1 there, rejoining the track, so a few more mistakes there from Conquest creeping in.
And a drive-through for car 29. They will get it after the driver change for crossing the blind line at the pit exit.
The Conquest racing car.
Oh no, carry on.
Oh, and Conquest Racing off again, so we've seen Conquest Racing car has got quite a lot of cosmetic damage on the right rear corner, but not a lot of mechanical damage, so it could be the case that there's just enough mechanical damage to be offsetting the car a little bit, off-putting the car a little bit. So Conquest Racing, the driver at the moment is Wachowski, perhaps. He's in the car at the moment and he's having a hard time right now, so he's probably hoping to get to the next pit stop and then get out of the car and think about his driving, maybe even not have another stint in the car, because right now he's making a few mistakes, and you know, the team's in quite a bad position anyway, because remember they didn't qualify for today's race, so they started from the pit lane, so they had to make it all the way through the field, and they're down in 24th right now, so it's not been a very good day for Conquest Racing. So we're going to have a penalty come up soon for the car number 29, which is the VM Racing team. That was because of crossing the pit exit line. We've also been notified that there's a drive-through penalty being applied to Dynamo Motorsport. That is in response to a protest that was lodged against them by Independent Racing mates. So number 11, which is the Whitewater Radicals team, M. Craven in the car at the moment, have a drive-through penalty for that protest.
So the VM Racing car receiving its drive-through penalty now for crossing the blend lane. And also just noticing Eric Smith very close to the back of Todorovic.
Not even car length.
Nope, and he moves to the inside for the chicane, so they're going to be side by side through the chicane. Battle for 4th place. Down the inside comes Mr. Smith, and he makes the place. So something awful up to 5th for now. Todorovic doesn't look to have a reply at all.
That was good driving from both drivers there. As I said before, you know, Todorovic knew he was beaten there. He knew that Smith had a good run on him, so he, instead of fighting for position, instead of battling and either having contact or making a mistake or whatever, he decided to let the position go and just lose as little time as possible. So that was smart thinking there from Todorovic of Serbian Chrome Pistons.
Well, just looking through the field, Seb Hutchinson with rather thin front tyres for how long he's been out as well. Seb Hutchinson, of course, our race leader for Sonic Rams Racing.
Yep, his tyres do look quite thin compared to the opposition, so it could be a case that he's been pushing very hard to build that gap back up again, and it's taken a toll on his tyres. So Seb Hutchinson could have to pit earlier than his rivals here. I think they did pit. I think Sonic Realms did pit a little bit before the rivals at the first pit stops, but the tyres definitely do look quite a lot worn than the other tyres around them.
Oh, and that is Zion off. So is Minister of Speed. Very close to each other.
So we're almost at the 2 hour mark. We're at 1 hour 40 seconds, so you may be expecting the pit stops to be starting soon, but you have to remember that we had a safety car period, quite an extended safety car period in the last hour, so the tyres and the cars are probably going to go for a bit longer, maybe even as far as 2 hours 10 or 2 hours 15 before we start seeing pit stops. So probably expect the leaders to be in the next 15-20 minutes or so. And we're now, I can see at the moment that the EER team are now battling with the Raptor Racing. Remember, the EER jumped the restart at the safety car, so they are battling to get back through the field. At the time I said they were down in 17th position, they're now in 14th, so they've got back a few places. And EER going for Raptor Racing, maybe going to get them in the next few laps. It looks as if they are faster.
All in all, they have got a good pace today. They have been in the lead also.
Wilkinson is a car off, but ahead it's Moroz. And there's another car off. 2 cars off.
Termela.
It's number 35, GI Racing. Tormela from GI Racing is off. So we saw 2 car Moroz and Termela from GI Racing. Apologies, off at the same time there. So I don't know if there was contact between them, but that was a hairy moment there.
It looked like 2 accidents at the same place, but without any involvement of those 2. I mean, haven't been contact. At least I didn't see it. It was
2
just
spontaneous and unrelated incidents.
Yeah, unrelated, but at the same place. It looked like that.
So Sepam and the 07 EER cars side by side with Falkenheim and Raptor Racing down the men's straight. It looks as if Sepam is going to make the possession here. We have seen cars round outside of turn 1 survive, but Sepam looks like he's got this one. We'll see how it goes through the mid and exit the corner. Yep, Sepam looks like he's secure in this position, so he's moved up to 10th place in the server now. Oh, there's contact there between Raptor. Falkenheim from Raptor Racing just tagged the right rear corner there, a small contact. I don't really know. Oh, he's doing it again. Small bump draft. Now Raptor Racing, no, they're not going to make the position up. So small contact there between Raptor Racing and EER, but I think EER have got the place safe now. Falkenheim has dropped back maybe 2 or 3 tenths there on Sepam. He's got a reasonable run, but he's not going to make it through before turn 5, the chicane. So I think Sepam's going to run away and hide from this one here, as long as he makes a good few corners here to get a gap to pull away. As we've mentioned before, it's difficult to follow a car through the fast section of the track, so Sepam looks secure, and his next victim is going to be Cattell from Epic Racing.
But they're a few meters away and also a few cars in between.
Yeah, that's right, there's some lap traffic in between at the moment, so it's about 7.8 seconds right now, 7.9 seconds between Sepam and Cattell, so Sepam's got a lot of work to do, but I think he might have the pace to do it.
We're in the 3rd hour of racing, and for Sonic Round Racing, the reserve driver just connected to the server. And Seth Hutchinson may get his really well-earned rest now.
And we've just seen that the Conquest Racing car managed to get a drive-through and then a stop-go penalty on pit entry, so they must have come speeding at the pit lane there and broke the pit lane speed limit quite heavily, so a stop-go penalty for speeding in pit lane there for Conquest Racing. Seb Hutchinson on his way to the pits, as Thilo said, so Mason is going to take over, Gav Mason is going to take over from Seb Hutchinson. It's been a very good stint from Seb Hutchinson, a couple of stints even. Good passing round the outside, we saw him doing a couple of passes, and good driving with his head, not being under pressure too much, and he's done a good job, so well done Seb.
And now Gehammer is taking over the lead in his FXR.
Yep, so right now Gahammer is in the lead for Gravity Racing Team. E-Team, the defending champions, are in second place, and Runas from Deadline Racing in third place. But obviously the pit stop sequences for those cars and many others have yet to shake out, so expect within 10 or 15 minutes everyone will have done their second pit stops, and we'll probably see Sonic Realms back in the lead of the race.
That are about 10 minutes they've earned from the safety car period, so that's approximately everyone will have 10 minutes more fuel, more tires totally.
We just saw that Sonic Realms, Gav Mason, who took over the car in that driver change with Hutchinson, emerged into some traffic, so he got into a battle there with Tiger Express Motorsports, Moroz, and with number 21, which is Snowguard Dragons, and Tiger Express are going to overtake the Sonic Realms car here because they're on lighter fuel, they're on better tyres. So right now Gav Mason, who's just taken over the car, is in a heavy car, and he's trying to get his tyres, trying to stop his tyres from overpressuring and overtemperaturing too much, so overheating too much, sorry. So it's a bad spot to come out in. That's going to lose them some time. They did have about 7-second lead, I think, so they have got a handy buffer. But if they're going to be battling at this, they're going to lose some time to their rivals. So Sonic Realms Racing may not be assured the lead at the next once these pit stops are finished.
Yeah, Perron and Gahammer, the two leaders on the pit lane, or the two former leaders, to be precise. Björklund overtakes. Deadline Racing, the current leaders, in their yellow, green, red and black and white car.
It does look quite good, I think, the Deadline team, Lithuanian team. Very nice colours in that car. We do see a lot of effort from the skinners, the people who make the skins for the cars, the paint jobs, so it does look very nice. Quite a lot of the skins today look very good, so we know that the drivers put in a lot of effort, but also the team skinners and the freelance skinners put in a lot of effort as well, so it's nice to see some great looking cars today.
Yeah, and Deadline
and there's
contact with Capo.
Yep, contact between Deadline and Capo, and that's let something awful. Oh no, but something awful did have the opportunity to make something out of that, but Eric Smith made a small mistake and ran wide, so Runas had a small mistake with a Capo team who was trying to lap, and it let Eric Smith have the opportunity, the impetus to make a move, but he made a mistake himself, so everything's status quo at the front of the field here. Oh, and car number 31, Independent Racing Mates, had a spin across the track, and I think they were collected by someone.
18 spun. Runas and Deadline spun. I don't know whether he was spun or... Looked very dodgy, to be honest. In the middle of the straight.
So we're not quite sure what happened there between the Deadline team. Possible contact between Deadline and Independent Racing Mates. We are having a look at it right now, but they have dropped down into 4th position, so Deadline lost a lot of time there. They've got some damage but not a lot, so they've lost position and time. Something Awful Racing is now in the race lead with 2 hours 11 minutes gone. They are yet to pit, remember, so once they pit we expect that the Sonic Realms will retake the lead of the race, but obviously that depends what happens between now and then. Maximum Racing are in 2nd place and Serbian Chrome Pistons in 3rd, so that's the podium right now. Yep, we've just had confirmation there through our IRC channel that it was a contact between Deadline Racing Team and Independent Racing Mates. I saw the Independent Racing Mates team car being spinning round, and then I saw it move across the screen, so there was contact there between Independent Racing Mates and Deadline Racing Team. That's what caused the change of position there.
That was the statement of the Something Awful responsible in the IRC chat.
So just a notification there that the contact, the number 31 car, which is the Independent Racing Mates car, made a mistake and actually rejoined the track. So that's similar to what we saw for anyone who watches MOE, similar to what happened with Jürgen Kursk. Fuse drove across the track again, and driving across the track was collected by someone on the racing line, so we may see a penalty there from the race admins. I mean, it's very dangerous to drive across the track without checking who's there, so I don't have any official capacity as an admin in this race, but we may see... Oh, is that Seb Hutch? Sorry, Gav Mason is off. Sonic Realms Racing. Gav Mason from Sonic Realms Racing was off at turn 8 there, so the work that's been put in there by Seb Hutchinson might come to nothing, as our very own Chris Wilkinson connects to take over the Something Awful car. So they were in the lead, so Chris Wilkinson has no pressure on him at the moment.
Yeah, and Something Awful wanted us to put them on the stream because this is their last lead lap, they told us. At least for now. We're quite interested in how Chris will do in the race car after having him in the commentary booth. Runa's now in the lead, the deadline car. And there is a drive-through penalty for Chris Wilkinson. So Chris Wilkinson is now having to serve this drive-through penalty because of the protests earlier from 777 Racing. After his first lap, he is in third position, in front of Perron. And Mason's
maybe
off again. Turn 1.
And Deadline Racing Team, Brunas is in the pits right now, so he's coming in to change. Staskevicius is in to take over the leading car, and Sepam has gone into the lead momentarily.
and the deadline car is exiting the pit lane before Gebauer, and Sonic Realms is in pit lane, it seems. Mason decided to repair the damage.
Yep, so Mason is only repairing damage that he's left his original tyres on, so just the damage repair it looks like. Okay, so we've just been informed that team number 28, which is the Capo team, have been given a stop-go penalty. Now, if you remember that a long time ago we had the safety car out when Seidel was out in the gravel trap, and we've been using the lawyer speak, saying allegedly, but it's now been confirmed that the Capo team caused that incident. They made Seidel's car stay in the gravel trap, so they've been given a stop-go penalty. Now, a stop-go penalty is obviously more severe than a drive-through penalty. It means that the team has to come in, stop in a pit box for 10 seconds and then pull away. So it's quite a severe penalty, but it was quite a severe incident. Obviously it led to a massive loss in time and position for Seidel's car, so probably a justified penalty there, I would say.
I really would say it was justified, because not only that it caused the race of another team, but also it brought out the safety car, which is, if something like that happens, it's quite severe. I mean, it's always a matter from the incident itself, but out of the feeling I have got about it, it's a justified penalty.
So Chris Wilkinson will be coming in to serve his drive-through penalty. He comes in now, hits the pit lane speed limiter, running along the pit lane now, so that's serving the drive-through penalty that he had. And I'm sure he'll be careful to not cross the pit exit line. Chris is quite experienced, so he knows a lot of the ins and outs of the rules around here, so Chris does a good job of staying inside the pit exit lines.
Yeah, it would have been an epic fail if he would cross the pit exit line, because of him being one of those guys who actually have to be into these rules as commentator and half-time admin for this stuff.
So we're now looking at the Capo team. They are going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. Might be this lap. Remember that was for the contact.
A stop and go.
Yes, sorry, a stop and go penalty, yes. So we'll watch this one. He's going to come into the pit lane. He's going to stop in a pit box and then wait for 10 seconds and go. Now sometimes the temptation is that if you've never done one of these before, when you stop it immediately says finished because it's not doing any work. And there's a temptation to move. He did move slightly, but he's not moved enough, so he's stopped in the pit box and he's going to go when it's... Yes, completely stop-go penalty. But for anyone who's never done a stop-go penalty before, it says finished and you think, right, I'm going to drive away. But if you drive away before you do your 10 seconds, you get another one. So He moved a little bit there. You can just see him move a slight amount, but he did stop and complete the penalty, so that's okay.
The 07 car of Estonian endurance races are still in the first position, still in the lead. I think they have to come in soon because their front tires are looking very thin.
Yeah, the left front, the inside shoulder of the left front tyre and the inside shoulder of the right front tyre are both looking quite thin. We've already discussed that you don't want to run the tyres right to the end here because you do run the risk of punctures. So we expect the leading car in probably, I'd say 2 or 3 laps, maybe something like that. So they're going to have to push to extend the gap as much as they can.
Noma just joined, so they probably go in this lap.
Okay, I'm wrong again. So this lap it is. I did say in the near future, but yeah, this lap for ER. Pitting, so yeah, Nurma's in. We saw him driving earlier on.
Nurma's going to do his second stint today.
And when Sepam stops here, E-Team are going to go back into the lead. The reigning champions, they'll move back into the lead. They currently have Perron in the car, so we'll wait until we'll see the EER car stop, and then we'll change over to Perron so we can see just at what point he passes Sepam in the pits.
Here comes E-Team out of the final turn. Onto the long start-finish straight. And Maximum Racing, the Brazilian team, is now in second position. Well, I think that's something to point out. They have been called in to the series this week, after having a good performance at the test race at the exact same place a while ago.
Yep, that is a good performance, and it's worth pointing out because it's quite difficult for a new team or a new team to a series to come in when everyone who's in the series is already used to everyone else. So when a new team does come in and perform very well, it's worth mentioning. So good drive here from Maximum Racing.
Even though there have been some strange stuff going around this team, for example.
We can now see Gabber. Sorry to cut in there, but we can now see Gabber up the inside of Wilkinson there. Almost contact. Gabber thought better of it and backed off, but there's quite a raging battle on here between 7 Carat Racing and Something Awful Racing. Remember that Chris Wilkinson, our commentator, is in the car at the moment, so in the car force Something Awful Racing, so he's under a lot of pressure, and the FXR really wants past. Wilkinson coming up to lap here, the VM racing car. That's been in quite a few problems today, so one thing that you really hate to see when you're trying to get away from a car behind you is lap traffic ahead. When you've got lap traffic, sometimes they don't respect the blue flag, sometimes they hold you up for a lap or half a lap, and when you get held up you're often losing a second or a second and a half or 2 seconds even. So if Chris Wilkinson can't get past these cars quickly, it could give an incentive to the 7-carat car behind him to get past, so we need to see what happens. Oh, and there are 2 cars off ahead. Sorry, Seidel, Clockwork Motorsport and another car that I can't identify right now. We're off ahead of Wilkinson. So there's a lot going on here, there's a lot of traffic here involved.
And Gebauer is now very close to Wilkinson. Wilkinson trying to overlap the VM racing car, and Gebauer is coming from the inside onto the outside of the last turn. Wilkinson on the inside. Drag race down the main straight. Should be a bit of an advantage for Wilkinson because he has got the faster car. So 7-carat goes back, and no, it doesn't go back, it stays on the inside line, but now has to back up.
Yeah, but that was good driving there from Wilkinson. He kept his head, he knew he had the faster car, so he just played it out, let it go out okay, and then he took the advantage into turn 1. So not right now for Gebauer, but it's going to happen sometime soon possibly, because he has been catching. So this traffic is really a pain that Wilkinson and the Something Awful team could have done without.
You really can see Gebauer getting a slightly better exit of some turns here. For example, this left-handed. Seidel is in front of them. He's making some dust there, here and there, cutting the corners a bit.
Yeah, we have seen Seidel being a little bit untidy at the moment, but Chris Wilkinson now flashing his lights at Seidel saying, "Move out of the way, I'm coming through to lap you." Seidel doesn't want to move over, but that's the blue flag rule should be come in here, so Chris Wilkinson wants to get past here and try and gap the 7-carat car of Gebauer. So Seidel at the moment is a thorn in the side of Chris Wilkinson and the Something Awful team.
And Gebauer again with a big, great exit of this chicane. Now in the slipstream of Wilkinson. Goes onto the outside on the long back straight into the fast chicane. He should back up. Would be safer, yes, he does. Oh, both ran a bit wide and got the back tire onto the grass, sliding a bit at the exit of this turn.
Yep, Wilco dropped the dipped the left rear wheel into the grass next at turn 7 there. There's no runoff area, no curbs at all, so Wilco made a small mistake. Gebauer's on his tail, and this is allowing the car of Nurma, the EER car, to catch up, so a three-way battle may develop here. Gebauer in the slipstream, he's in the slipstream of Wilkinson, he's moving out to the left hand side, outside turn 1.
But Wilkinson can defend the inside line through turn 1. In front of them there's Seidel fighting with car 11. car 11 gets in the way in the battle of Wilk and Gebauer. And now Nürme is really on the tail of this battle.
And we've just seen Tommy Osgaard back in, taking over the 777 racing car from Jan Gruner. So Tommy Osgaard, probably their fastest driver, back in the car. And
he stated earlier on that the pace car period doesn't do any good to Gruner because he couldn't keep the tires warm, and so they got quite far down in the standings.
Yeah, we spoke about that at length during the safety car period, that if you can't keep the tyre temperature up when the green flag flies again, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, and that seems to be what's happened there with 3-jump Jan Gruner. As Gebauer is going to get past Wilkinson here. Gebauer passes Wilkinson on the exit of turn 1 even before the sweeper, so Wilkinson is in a bit of pain at the moment. EAR car and Nürme behind him. Nürme's inside. Oh, and Wilkinson runs wide, almost hits the back of Gebauer. Wilkinson is vulnerable here to the EAR car as well, so it looks as though Wilkinson's defending. Oh! Wilkinson's pretty much on the edge of the acceptable behaviour there. He did make one move, but it was a very aggressive move. So Wilkinson protects the position there from EAR car right at the moment. EAR's right front tyre at the inside shoulder is very hot, it's bright red, so EAR is going to be struggling in left-hand turns at the moment, so Wilkinson might make a breakaway here.
It's quite interesting to see all 3 cars competitive here in this battle.
Yep, the 3 different cars, the FXR, FZR and XRR, are all represented in this battle, and it's quite interesting that there are, in today's race, there were 18 FZRs, 8 FXRs and 4 XRRs, so there's a lot of diversity in the field at the moment. It looks as though Gebauer from 7 Carat Racing has gapped Wilkinson, so after being behind for a few laps, it looks as if the 7 Carat car is going to pull away and make a nice little break here, get away from Wilkinson.
And Gebauer definitely showed in the last races that he's not one of those drivers who need someone faster in front of them to be fast themselves. He can also drive without any car in front of them. We're very fast.
Yeah, sometimes some drivers they need the incentive of a car to chase. I mean, when they're out on themselves, just on the other side of the circuit, and they're just lapping with no one around them, sometimes they can lose concentration and lap times fall or increase a little bit. Whereas if you've got a driver who can push no matter what, then it's great, because you never have to G him up. You never have to say to him, now you need to push. You can just rely on him to count himself and make the most of the opportunity. Now Wilkinson's actually doing a good job here. He's not as far back as I imagined he would be. He's about half a second behind Gebauer as he crossed the line this time, so maybe Wilkinson has got another bit of charge left in him. Maybe he can get this position back from Gebauer.
Yeah, he managed to get 3/10 of Gebauer in the last lap. Well, this battle around this Something Awful car is at the moment the closest battle on track. Okay, I might have lied at this one, because I just see Brestovic and Stanskevicius fighting for the 7th position, also not too far away from each other. But Chris is now really very close to Gebauer's bumper. Through the final turns, Wilkinson really made up some room. He's now at the very end of the draft, but it's enough to get him close to Gebauer. Now Wilke is the hunter and Gebauer is the poor deer.
Both cars have to navigate the Ministry of Speed traffic. They've both got past okay. We did see the Ministry of Speed car was pretty much sideways at turn 1 there, so maybe having trouble, tyre trouble, but both cars are past it now, and that leaves the way open there again. Gebauer has pulled out a little bit of a gap. It's almost a second, 0.89 of a second, so at the moment there's a little bit of a gap between Gebauer and Wilkinson. It's exactly the same gap between Gebauer and Wilkinson as it is between Wilkinson and Nurme, so 3 cars within 1.7 seconds or so. Nurme's been held up a little bit by the 32 car, the Ministry of Speed car. He's lost about 4/10 of a second in that second sector alone, so that's what we talked about before. It's very difficult to follow a car closely, so Nurme is really going to be fuming at the 32 car at the moment, because he's going to feel he's been held up, and he's lost a lot of time. You can see the gap now. Remember, it was 0.89. It's now it's 1.39. So that's half a second that he's lost in a couple of sectors. Nurme's not going to be too pleased with that one. And we have a battle between Deadline. Oh, Deadline Racing Team goes round the outside of Brestovic. Oh, contact there. It's tight. Oh, and a big oversteer slide there from Stanskevicius. He drops back, and that's let Sarwar come through now. Sarwar is not for position though. He is down the order, I believe. So, a battle there between Deadline Racing Team and Serbian Chrome Pistons. Deadline Racing Team back up the inside. Oh, through the chicane. That is tight.
Sarwar not making room, although he is a lap or more down. And this actually opens up the door for the German Leisterer for Snowguard Racing. He's actually flying towards this battle, just made up 1 second in the first sector. In the first sector.
I imagine everyone's already noticed this, but Snowguard Dragons may be the first palindromic team name we've ever had in LFS racing. Snowguard Dragons is, of course, a palindrome, the same forwards as it is backwards. So that's an interesting point there for any wordsmiths.
Okay, I wouldn't have noticed it.
The only reason that I mentioned that actually was because I watched a comedy stand-up show by a comedian called Dimitri Martin, called FI. It's very interesting. It's one of those. He's kind of like a thinking man's comedian, but it's very interesting to watch.
So now we've also published our secret sponsors. Overall, Snowguard just profited of this VM racing blocking whatever of Staskevicius and Breskovich, and won overall 4 seconds in the last 2 laps. But now they are themselves having to overlap this VM racing car.
And we've just seen that Gebauer has passed Bjorklund to get third position. So
VM Racing just drove straight into the wall, so no problem to overlap them.
Yes, VM Racing have a left front puncture. Now that's another FXR with a left front puncture, so that must have been the cause of hitting the wall there.
Yeah, it must have just blown up at the breaking point, because they were really going straight into the wall. It was... whoa.
Oh, and 7 Carat Racing Gebauer, remember he's just passed the Gravity Racing team there, makes a small mistake on the exit at turn 7, goes slightly over the grass, so Gravity have another run on Gebauer here. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything with it, but they are catching slightly.
And
now we see the Sonic, something awful racing team, are catching up on Bjorklund, are side by side with Bjorklund down the main straight.
Brilliant outside move by Chris.
Yep, if Chris can hold that, that is a fantastic move there. We need to pretend we didn't hear that when we didn't. Sorry, we need to pretend that we didn't see that when he comes back on commentary, because he's going to be totally pumped up after that move. It was a great piece of driving, so well done, Chris. And now he's got a bit of a run on the Gebauer as well, so he might vault 2 positions in 1 lap here.
I also think that Chris' tires are in an overall bad shape, so... He's now on the bumper for the bronze medal position. But he fails. he actually missed the braking point, and because of that he missed the apex and lost the momentum out of that corner.
We also have a battle between Gav Mason from Sonic Realms Racing and Ojala from VI Racing. Sorry, GI Racing. I keep saying VI. Sorry, GI Racing. They're quite close together, about half a second apart on the track. Remember that Gav Mason is recovering from a few spins and some problems earlier on in the stint. So, massive oversteer there, mid-corner oversteer. I think he's got a Jensen Button helmet on as well. So. Gav Mason trying to get back up through the ranks here. They were leading the race at one point when Seb Hutchison was in the car. So
yeah, 1 hour ago, St. Grahams have been in first position. Now they're in 13th. So today is quite a day of big moving within the field.
Oh, and battling this, Chris Wilkinson is now side by side with Gabur down the main straight. Chris Wilkinson must make it through this time. Remember, he was so close around the outside the last time. He's going to make it through as long as he can keep a nice tight. Yeah, let's go, Chris. There we go. Good move by Chris there. Gabur has a run on him, but I don't know if he's going to do anything with it. It's going to be tight into sweeping turns here. Chris is going to hold it. Oh, small contact. And that was interesting there by Chris. He stayed on the high line. He didn't block the inside into turn 3 there. So he stayed on the outside line to get the best line into the corner. He's going to have to block again. He's going across the inside. That's okay. Gabur is going to go outside, but he's not going to do anything with it unless he's pretty suicidal. Yep, and Chris gets the position there. So Chris is up into third position. But he makes a small mistake now next at turn 5. And this could allow Gabur back through. Let's see.
Just looking at the gaps, we're nearly halfway through the race, and still the first few positions are very close together. It has more the style of a sprint race at the moment.
Yep, we've got a few close battles on track. At the moment we're looking at Bjorklund from Gravity Racing Team. He's now closing up to Gabur, the 7 carat driver who we've just seen Wilkinson overtake. So Bjorklund might be able to get past Gabur here as well, so could see 3 or 4 position changes.
Back to the Mason battle. There's another car joining this battle. Tommy Ostgaard from 777 Racing. Another of the teams which have got some movement throughout the race so far.
Yep, remember that Jan Gruner, who took over the car at the safety car period, he was having trouble keeping his tyre temperatures up, so he had a few incidents because of that. We did see Gav Mason go slightly wide next at turn 1, and that's let Tommy Ostgaard catch up. I think he's going to get past Mason here. Mason did move to block, but I think Tommy Ostgaard's got too much of an overlap here, and Tommy Osgaard is probably going to go through into the chicane turn 5.
I actually think he wanted to block, but he then realized, he's got overlap.
Yeah, I think in that situation he was probably too late, plus he probably had it in the back of his mind that Tommy, no disrespect to Gav, but he probably had it in the back of his mind that Tommy is a faster driver in these cars, so he knew he was going to lose the position and probably didn't really, probably let it go rather than fight too hard and lose the position or have a contact or whatever. So Mason driving with his head there, and Tommy Osgaard is passed. And he's now going to get past Ojala as well, so Tommy Osgaard is going to make 2 positions in 1 lap there, side by side with Ojala down the main straight.
Tommy Osgaard is like a wave. You doesn't realize him until he's got all over you. At least I think that's the way it feels for Mason and Ojala. Wendt is now very close to Moros in the Tiger Express car. Bumper to bumper racing for a top 10 spot. Well, this is really some fantastic racing between those two. At high speed they are overlapping, and now Raptor Racing goes onto the inside and overtakes him before the second half of the sweepers. Great work. But Maras coming back on the inside, at least trying to, but he can't make the move stick. What I wanted to say, really great racing of those two, going through the traffic at high speed, but still in a very safe manner. A bit like good Nürburgring 24-hour racing.
Yep, it was good, experienced and respectful racing from the two drivers there. When you're battling against each other at high speed, remember this is 120 miles an hour plus average speed. When you're battling against each other, you have to give each other respect. So both drivers were aware of the other driver. They were giving them just enough room, but not too much, and it was clean, respectful racing there. Oh, and we see the car of Racing Radicals enter the pit lane, get a drive-through penalty, and it was quite strange the way he entered the pits. I don't know if maybe he's got a problem with the controller or there's something wrong with the driver, because he was very strange in his entry to pit lane there. Might need to get some insight into that from one of the team members.
I don't know, he haven't had a puncture. That was my first thought when I saw him crawling into the pit lane, but the tyres seemed to be alright before they were changed.
Yeah, but it definitely wasn't a puncture. The tyres looked as if they had probably half life left at least, so it wasn't a puncture, it wasn't tyres, and it probably wasn't fuel either, so no idea what was wrong there with the driver. He hasn't done a driver change, so, and he's now struggling to get out of the pits. Oh no, now he's taking over. Kay Myers is taking over from him now, so they have done a driver change, but really lost for words as to what the cause of that stop was.
we've got Sean Williams entering the server to take over from Perron, who's really have got a steady lead. And now Maximum Racing is taking over the lead of this race. The new team already with the first few leading kilometers in GTAL.
Yep, that's right, the Maximum Racing team from Brazil. They are currently in the lead of the race, and it's not as if it's one of those situations where they've lucked into it somehow. They've done a good job. We haven't really heard much from them, but they've done a good solid job, and they're currently in the lead. So well done to them.
And this pit stop just brought Chris Wilkinson into second position.
And we have a left front puncture from Hours of Zion. We did have a report that he was off in the chicane a couple of laps ago, so could be a symptom of that front left puncture again on an FZR this time. And we can now see Leicester sweating on the back of Staskevicius. That's Snowguard Dragons against Deadline Racing Team, so they're about half a second apart, and it's closing rapidly at the moment. Staskevicius makes a big mistake there on the exit of turn 7, gets all four wheels off the grass, kicks sand and dirt and grass into the face of Leicester, and Leicester's got the advantage now. Can he convert it into a pass into turn 1? The answer is probably no, but he's getting a slight tow here. And there's a car, it's car number 12, that is Dynamo Motorsport, was off the track and rejoined I don't think they caused any collisions, but they rejoined it. It was quite close in the vicinity to Chris Wilkinson. But I don't think there's any damage done here.
Yeah, number 12, the Dynamo Race Motorsports, or how it is now called, White Tiger Express Motorsports car. At least.
Leicester's looking to get a run here on the back straight. He's going to get it. Staskevicius makes a mistake. Leicester gets a good run out of that turn there, turn 4 on the entry, on the approach to turn 5, the back straight. It looks as if Leicester's going to get the position quite easily, not much fighting over it. Yep, so a small mistake there. A lot of pressure Leicester put on Staskevicius there, and Staskevicius made a mistake, which let Leicester past. We have a drive-through penalty issued to team number 12, that is the White Dynamo Tigers, for contact with Conquest Racing. So Matonis is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty in the next 10 minutes or so. And we can now see a battle between Seven Chrome Pistons and E-Team. Sean Williams is just back in the car for E-Team. He's lost the position there to Brestovic because he made a small mistake. So we're seeing a lot of mistakes here creep into people's driving, putting a wheel in the grass and losing exit speed and things like that. So there are a lot of mistakes being made today. Something else that we haven't mentioned yet is that the pit exit here can be very dangerous. It basically funnels cars into turn 1, so if the car that's exiting the pits is not aware of the traffic around it, and also if the cars that are coming down the main straight are not aware of traffic coming out of the pit lane, there can be incidents. So I don't think we've seen any incidents so far today between cars exiting pit lane and cars on the main straight, but it is a source of danger in many occasions.
Again, a point why the FIA wouldn't give this track a 5-star or even a 4-star grade because of such dangerous points.
I'm just looking at the car of Sarwar here for VM Racing, and his left front tyre, the entire tread face of the left front tyre is red hot. Usually what you'll see is you'll see either the inside shoulder or the inside shoulder and the middle of the tread are hot, but in this case the full tread face is hot, so that suggests to me that there are two things probably happening. One is the amount of damage that could have caused the camber to be adjusted, and the second is that because it's an FXR car, he's just pushing too hard on the accelerator, and it's a kind of vicious circle. Once you start heating up the front tyres on an FXR, they tend to get hotter and hotter because you feel the need to use more steering lock. You're causing the tyre to understeer, you're causing the car to understeer, so it's a vicious circle, and it seems as if that's what he's trapped in at the moment, and he's not doing very good times because of the hot front tyres here. He's actually holding up the Serbian Chrome Pistons car at the moment as well. It's large in his mirrors.
Yeah, it could be the damage because they have got some on the front right. But what is sure, it is not the usual flat spot or something. And Chris Wilkinson is in the lead. I just realized.
And I just saw the craziest pit entry there by the IRM team, Independent Racing Mates. The driver of that FXR had all four wheels locked up on pit entry. He was basically about 30 degrees sideways on the pit entry, so that was crazy driving. But he made it down. He didn't get a penalty, so that's all that counts. And it doesn't really matter what you do to the front tyres or to any tyres, I suppose, on the entry, because you're going to get rid of them in a minute anyway. So you can puncture them, you can torture them, you can do whatever you want to them. You're going to get them off the car in a minute. Chris Wilkinson is indeed in the lead of the race. He's attempting to lap the Raptor racing car of Schmidt at the moment, and Schmidt is not being very accommodating. The Something Awful team are on IRC at the moment, asking if they can get past, please, because usually you'll see the cars, the drivers, the team managers ask each other, you know, would you let our car pass, please, and it's all done very sporting. So Schmidt is he's letting him pass right now, but he held him up for a little bit of time there. Oh, and Epic Racing off in the final turn. Not really sure how they ended up there, but they were off the track and reversed back on. It was okay, reversed back on. There wasn't any traffic in the vicinity, but interesting to see them spin at that point in time. Maybe they spun at the corner before and slid for 100 metres in the grass down the side. And a left front puncture for Ministry of Speed. Their day goes from bad to worse. So another left front puncture on an FZR this time.
No good day for the Ministry of Speed. Having had problems. Oh, and seems like they would retire. they do. Maybe the same problem as Core had, that there is no backup driver really, because those two other drivers had computer issues.
We can see Sean Williams from A-Team on the camera at the moment, and he did catch up to the back of the Maximum Racing team, the Brazilian team that we've been talking about before, but he made a mistake about halfway through the last lap. So Sean Williams, I think he's one of those drivers who's got the pace. He's definitely quite quick, but he seems to be making quite a few pressure errors, so he's probably going to catch back up to the back of the Maximum Racing car here, but whether he can convert that to an overtaking manoeuvre or not is to be seen. And Chris Wilkinson pits. There is no replacement driver on the server at the moment, so Chris is going to be doing a double stint, it looks like, so he did pit from the lead.
So you will see another hour without Chris Wilkinson in the commentary booth. Better to say, you will hear another hour without Chris Wilkinson.
So it looks as if Chris is going to come out in 6th position. He went in first, he's come out in 6th. So dropped 5 positions there, but obviously some of the cars around him have yet to make their next stop, so it won't be a full picture until everything's shaken out.
The next car, who also have made his their pit stop, is the 1 car, just a few hundred meters in front of them, with Sean Williams from E-Team.
And because of that, Nurma has has taken over the lead of the race for EER.
Racing has calmed down here a bit, so not much to present here.
The nearest battle on track appears to be between 7 Carat Racing and Serbian Chrome Pistons over 8th and 9th. Brestovic in for Serbian Chrome Pistons and Can in for 7 Carat Racing, so could see a good battle developing here.
Yeah, Brestovic now all over the mirror of Can. Well, and there's just a rumor going on all over the IRC channel. Rumor that the driver of the car of Maximum Racing, currently in 3rd position, is not signed up to drive that car. But as I tell you, it's just rumor. This might have to be taken as serious as some of the Wikipedia pages.
Well, we have. I've just taken a look at. We have the system that GTAL runs by is where the drivers have to confirm that they're going to drive in an event. The initial confirmation from Maximum Racing does not include the driver who is currently in the car. However, there was another post that was made which said they wanted to add another driver, and they got a reply saying that they had to email the organisers. But the person who replied that they had to email the organisers said it might have been too late already, so there's obviously a window in which they can apply to make changes. So we'll need to look for an official confirmation one way or the other, but at the moment it seems like there is a bit of doubt over this driver, Nieva, who's in the car at the moment.
But he's still driving, so no actions from the race administration so far. But in what could it result? Maybe if he is really not allowed to drive that car, all the laps he drove in this race are deleted, which definitely make them being the last car.
And I was literally just looking at the Deadline Racing car, and Staskovicius has a right front puncture in turn 1, and I would wager money that he's going to get a left front puncture on the way home as well, because both his front tyres are on the edge. You know, obviously his right front is punctured now, but the left front tyre is on the edge of going as well. So Staskovicius from Deadline Racing, who was in second place, has now got a right front puncture at the start of the lap, so he's going to have to do a full lap with at least one front puncture and possibly two, because if he makes any mistakes and goes off track, he could damage the other tyre as well. So they were in second place, they've already dropped to 5th place, they're probably going to drop back further than that as well, so that's bad luck there from Deadline Racing team.
Strange to have a right front puncture in turn 1, as normally the ballast, the whole weight of the car is on the left side of the tyres.
Well, it's probably happened because he's turned into turn 1, started braking, and as the wheel is unweighted, as the tyre is unweighted, it's lost a lot of grip, and that's caused a braking lock-up and a flat spot in the puncture. So that's probably what's happened in this case. I'm surprised that left front hasn't failed yet. It is currently still up, but very thin, so they have 2 or 3 cars behind them. He's taken some caution. He's taken more caution than some other drivers have anyway, so we'll see if he makes it back in. Oh, he's having trouble in it. He's going to go off again. Yeah, he's run a bit wide, he's having a half spin. Okay, he's back on the track. He's going to make it in with only one puncture then, unless he does it come up to the speed line, which would be ironic. Okay, he's made it in now, so he's only had that one puncture, but he's lost. That lap was a 2:03 lap time, so he's lost a lot of time there.
That's half a minute. Actually, he lost about.
Yep, half a minute and 7 or 8 positions, so a lot lost there. He was in second position at the start of the lap. He is currently in 10th position. I don't think he's going to lose any more than that though, so 10th position, he's lost 8 positions because of a puncture at the start of the lap, so a lot to lose there.
Okay, the rumour about... Oh, and we've had Sean Williams off. He was spinning out of the chicane, the fast chicane at the end of the back straight. And that means Chris Wilkinson is in 3rd position. And what I wanted to say, all the rumor about car 36, just... Oh, another front rear tire puncture, I hear.
Yep, that's the team. That's the car of Capo team, the Argentinian team. Right front puncture, approaching turn 5, the chicane in the back straight. So he's going to have to be careful again here, in the left-hand turns especially. He has got some. He's probably going to be passed by 4 or 5 cars, not for position, but just cars that are. Oh, and that's tight there. Myers, RSR were very tight on the inside there. They probably could have gone round the outside, and he's going to hit the barrier, maybe even flip. That's not great. He's hit the barrier and done himself a bit of damage, and he's come back on the track and gone back off again. So he's in a lot of strife here. He does have, now that now that the damage packet is updated, he does have about 3/4 damage on the upper and lower wishbones on the right front, and about 25% damage on the upper and lower wishbones of the right rear. So he's done a significant amount of damage to that car, so he's going to have to repair damage as well as change tyres here, so it's going to be a lengthy stop.
He's taking now the greenway into the pit lane.
And now we're back at the battle between SCP and 7 Carat Racing. This has been going on for a few laps now. The two cars have been quite close, but the Serbian Chrome Pistons driver has not been able to get past the 7 Carat driver. We did see him very close a few laps ago, but he had to back off because he was too close in the high speed section. So I think what the Serbian Chrome Pistons driver is going to have to do is to measure his attack so that he's close to the 7 Carat driver in the right part of the track, so that he can get past, maybe at the turn 1 or in turn 4 maybe, turn 3, because you can't really do much when you're in turns 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, etc. So he needs to get close to him at the right part of the track, the first half of the track really. And as you say that, 7 Chrome Pistons make a small mistake, and now SR are going to get past. Not for position, SR.
Well, did I tell you that there have been a lot more of rumors about car 36? Well, someone out of the raid administration said that our CEO did not accept the change in the Brazilian team. But again, rumor, much rumor. It's a bit like watching a society magazine on TV.
Yeah, we really need to wait until we have an ironclad answer. Until we know for sure one way or the other, we can't really say anything. I mean, people can speculate if they want to, but we don't know. We don't know whether they will be allowed to, whether he is officially allowed to drive, or whether there's a problem with it. So we're waiting for an answer from the race officials until we can confirm or deny this rumour.
Currently, the top 9 cars are on the lead lap. So a quick rundown: we've got Estonian endurance races in first position, Maximum Racing with their doubtful or whatsoever called racer in second.
With a cloud hanging over their head.
Yeah. Then in third position, something awful with our commentary mate Chris Wilkinson. Fourth is E-Team, Sean Williams actually at the moment driving the car. Tommy Ostgaard for 777 Racing in fifth position. Sixth position is Gravity, Graft Racing team.
And we just mentioned before that we were looking for an ironclad answer one way or the other about this Nieva driver, and the answer is that yes, he is eligible to drive. It was a last minute dispensation from the race officials to allow him to drive, so there was speculation about whether he was going to have his laps discounted or whatever was going to happen to the team, but he is officially allowed to drive. There are no penalties against the Maximum Racing team, so that's the cloud gone from their head. So it's kind of good to see as well, because we don't want to have a result and then have it changed because of a technicality that was only discovered after the race. So we're glad to have that sorted out. The Maximum Racing team will not face any penalties because of using the Nieva driver.
Yes, better to have a good race and a good fair race with a winner we can really cheer for, than having to go at the green table and wait for the decision. What happened in the meantime? Bestovic just overtook Ken. So, okay, back to the rundown. We have Brestovic now for Serbian Chrome Pistons in sixth position. Seventh, that's 7 Karat Racing with Ken. Eighth is Guys for Snowguard Dragons. Ninth is Grüner for 777 Racing. He overtook from Ostgard just minutes ago. So Neva leading, Wilkinson second, Sepam first in endurance races on third position currently. We are just within the second pit stop phase.
Oh, and Jan Gruner has had a spin. He's on the exit of the last turn. Oh, don't do that! Oh, Jan! Oh my God, Jan! that was. I tell you what, Jan is not going to hear the end of that, because that was silly driving from Jan. He is an MOE admin and he's just driven across the track and almost been T-boned. Oh my God, Jan.
That would have been the second time something like this happens today. And now he is in the way for Wilkinson, but he lets him through.
Jan was in that position where he had his rear tyres on the edge of the grass, so he was in that situation where you think to yourself, you know, I could move right now. If I move right now, I can get across the track and be safe. But the problem was that because his rear tyres were on the grass, as soon as he, you know, put the throttle down and picked the clutch up to move, he just got a load of wheel spin, and it took him a long time to get onto the actual track surface. And once he got onto the track surface, it took him time to get across the track. So it was one of those situations where it would have been really, really close, but because of the grass, it was, I would say, pretty dangerous. But yeah, luckily there was no contact, but it was an interesting incident there. We can now see the Nieva driver for Maximum Racing. The driver who there was some controversy for about 15 minutes over. He is lagging a little bit. He's got a little bit of lag, kind of Brazilian type lag. Not too bad, but just a little bit. He's getting through a couple of lapped cars here. He's got a reasonable lead to Chris Wilkinson in second place at the moment. And Sepam from Estonian Endurance Racers rounds out the podium right now with 3 hours and 49 minutes gone. So we're getting close to the 2/3 stage. Well, there's a bit of a lull in proceedings. I'd just like to make a shameless plug. My team, Darkside Racing, we're starting up a new initiative for a new kind of league, casual Saturdays league that we're doing. If anyone's interested in getting more information, you can go to www.darksideracing.net. There's information on the front page, there's a news post and links there to follow, so if anyone's interested in some casual racing, we've got loads of random combinations. Just go to the main page, www.darksideracing.net, and you'll find all the information there. Thank you very much. We can see that Sean Williams is about a second behind Sepam here, looking for third position, so he's 0.92 seconds behind now. He's taking a bit more time out of Sepam in that last sector, so it looks as if Sean Williams is going to do the catching up okay, but as Murray Walker tells us, and we all know, catching is one thing and passing is quite another, and that has been the case for Sean Williams today. He's made a few mistakes under pressure. We'll see what he does this time.
He also cannot really profited from the traffic because Sepam was let through quite easily, and because
he's gone off
wide.
So he's now been off the track 2 times in 3 corners, just probably pushing a bit too hard and eager to do well for the team. There's a yellow flag ahead, there's a car in the barrier. I didn't see who it was, but there's a car off in turn 9.
That was Race Sim Radicals. Myers put that car into the barrier. Only cosmetical damage. The suspension seems to be alright, even though he goes to pit lane.
There's a lot of cosmetic damage in the back of that car. The whole back end of the car looks as if it's shifted about 2 foot to the left, so a lot of cosmetic damage, but as you said, there's not a lot of mechanical damage, well, not apparent to us anyway, so maybe he felt something was wrong, maybe he just pitted out of instinct, but he has pitted to repair this car, to repair the damage, the cosmetic damage to the car at least. In fact, no, he hasn't repaired the cosmetic damage. The car still has cosmetic damage on the back end, so I'm not really sure what that was all about. Maybe it was just tyres.
Maybe he had a flat spot or something and wanted to get rid of that. Flat spots are not that easy to see when you're just a spectator.
Yep, and when you do have a flat spot in your tyres, that is when you do lock up a tyre and create a flat patch on the tyre. It seems to be that every time you get back on the brakes hard, the tyre will lock at the same place again, so it's one of those vicious cycle deals again. Once you create a flat spot in the tyre, it seems to be every time you brake hard you exacerbate it, so he might have just pitted there thinking, I'm going to get off these damaged tyres as soon as I can, but the car does look pretty dodgy out there with the damage that he is carrying at the moment. and he's rejoined the RSR driver has rejoined the battle with the car ahead, which is the car of Tiger Express Motorsports. Sarwar in the car at the moment. Sarwar's front tyres are very hot as well, so I think Myers is probably going to get past here because he's got a fresh set of tyres, so once his tyres are bedded in and past the heat peak, he's probably going to get past quite quickly. We also have Iskra from Conquest Racing behind the Myers car, the RSR car. For anyone who didn't see the start or hasn't seen the qualifying results, Conquest Racing didn't actually qualify for today's race, so they started from the pit lane, effectively in last position then, and they've been battling all the way through the day to try and get back up into position, but they have had some problems as well. They had a crash earlier on, contact with another team, so Conquest Racing, who started from last place, they're showing in 24th at the moment. I'm not sure if that's an accurate position, but they have had a bad day today. And just as I say that, they are going to take the position from Myers, up the inside of Myers into turn 3, through turn 4 now. Slight contact, contact there with Iskra, and Iskra has spun a full 360 and punted by someone who I didn't see. So Conquest Racing was trying to go around the outside of the Myers car there. He was ahead at turn 3, and then when he turned into turn 4, probably he didn't really realise the car was there. Turned down across it, there was contact. Iskra spun, and as he was recovering back on the track, he was punted square up the bottom by the Fubar car, we think. There is a slight amount of damage to the Conquest Racing car on each of the corners, but there's not a lot of it. I wouldn't say it's enough to. It's not enough to warrant a stop unless it's kind of strange damage. Because sometimes, we've said this before, but sometimes it looks as though there isn't a lot of damage, but there can actually be a big effect on the car. And other times it's the exact opposite. It looks as though there's a lot of damage to the car, but it can actually improve the handling of the car or have no effect. So. Conquest Racing, they've lost some time in the position there, but I don't think they're going to be forced to pit because of it. And as I say that, we're fast approaching the 4-hour mark. So current race time is 3 hours 59 minutes 40 seconds. As I say this, so very close to the 2/3 way.
Yeah, we are entering soon the final 2 hours of this race. And if they are as interesting as the 4 hours we have just passed us, it's going to be a hell of a race. So stay tuned here on MultiBC stream 3 for the final 2 hours of GTAL's 6-hour race from Westhill International reversed.
Yep, and we should be joined at some point in the broadcast by Michael Bassingham, the commentator of the year as voted before by LFS Community Year-End Awards. We will be having Chris Wilkinson back on the show, who is the second best commentator in the Commentator of the Year poll. So we've got some good talent coming on the show later on. and obviously Theo and myself will have to do until then.
Well, don't forget I got the best commentary line of the year.
Yes, that's right, for the drafting potato.
Yes. To be honest, I haven't seen any drafting potato here today.
No, neither have I. We're now taking a look at Seidel from Clockwork Motorsports, who we did do the pun obviously earlier on about running like clockwork, but at the moment they're running like a broken clock. 25th position at the moment. They did have problems earlier on. They were leading the race for a period of time, and then they had a timeout, and they've had various problems as well, so it's not been a good day for them today. Can also see the Capo driver at the moment. He's driving very slowly. He doesn't have a puncture on his tyres, but his tyres are very blue at the moment. They're quite cold, so maybe he's had a spin recently, or there's something wrong with his car, because he's going very slowly and he's staying off the racing line at the moment. So we could see a pit stop coming up from the Capo driver at the moment, because he doesn't look as if he's at full racing speed.
Well, we've speculated earlier about it, that this car might have a bit too much camber, and that's might be one reason why this car has got very strange tire warming. So we're in the 4th hour, and the Sonic Realms car is going to get overtaken by Seb Hutchinson, who actually made this car go into the first position earlier this race. I have a guess that Seb Hutchinson will be the driver who finishes this race for Sonic Realms, because he had already done a double stint at the beginning of the race. And with 1 hour 54 minutes left, it could be that he's doing this again. Chris Wilkinson just made a big jump, a big leap, and to the back of Neva. Battle for first position after 4 hours and 9 minutes and 15 seconds. There is a bunch of cars on the main straight, on the start-finish straight. So now here with us in the commentary box, Tommy Osgard for 777 Racing. He's starting here in GTAL. Normally he's just driving for First Racing. So hello, Tommy.
Hello everyone.
Hello and welcome to the commentary box.
thanks.
How was the race for you so far?
It has been quite bad, to be honest. I started the race quite good and took the lead into T1, but I later then got catched by Sonic Rounds, so good job. And I then got spun before I let the car over to Jan, so yeah, it didn't quite go after the plan, as we lost quite much time on the spin, and Jan then spun 2 times after the safety car because of stone cold tires. So yeah, we're far behind.
It's something that we actually spoke about in the commentary box, the cold tyres behind the safety car. When you're actually in that situation, can you tell us what you would actually do to keep your tyre temperature up behind the safety car or at the start of a race?
Well, I'm just driving from side to side and trying to do it quite fast, because you know, when you have lots of camber on the tire, the outside is gonna be cooler than the inside, so you need to try to do it quite, you know, with lots of speed, and you know, try to drive from side to side and get some slides to, you know, keep the tire hot. And that's quite hard especially when it's at the end of a stint with really thin tires. But yeah, I'm just basically driving from side to side.
And something else that we spoke about is that I feel that Westhill needs a lot of concentration and commitment. So there are some tracks where you can kind of relax a little bit and still do good lap times, but here it seems as if you need to, you know, push all the time. You need to concentrate because of the nature of the track and because there aren't many runoff areas. Do you think that's true, or?
Yeah, that is true. You know, I was pushing very hard in my second stint, all the entire stint, and you know, to keep the concentration at top, I have some energy drinks here, which keeps me focused through, you know, the 1 hour stints, because 1 hour in front of the computer is quite a long time on this track, because you know, it's such a fast track with gravel here and there, so you need to be focused 100%, as you said. So yeah, it's a tough challenge, but yeah, it's the same for everyone, I guess.
And I think all the traffic doesn't make it any better, does it?
No, not at all. Especially when you're lapping someone, not all of them, you know, thinks about the slipstream, because you know, we're driving, you know, full speed through some of the corners, and when you're close to someone, you just can't. you get so much understeer, so it's hard to keep it through the corner.
Yeah, we spoke about that as well, because obviously, well, some people might not understand, but when you're behind the car in front, it robs you of your front downforce, so you don't have as much turning performance in the car. And if you catch someone in the wrong part of the track, like going into the back chicane for example, you basically can't do anything. You can't pass them until you get to the main straight. So when you're coming up to lap traffic, either they need to be kind to you and let you pass, or you need to wait for half a lap. How do you think Westhill is compared to other tracks on the calendar in terms of, you know, lapping people and even just passing people? Do you think it's easier than most of them, or harder than most of them, or what?
I think it's much harder, especially compared to South City, because that's a quite slow track, so you don't get as much wind on your downforce, wings, so you don't lose as much downforce, so it's easier to stay close there. While on Westhill, it's a really fast track and with many fast corners, so when you're then you get a lot more wind on your wings. So when you then don't get any wind at your wings, yeah, you get a lot of understeer. So I would say it's much harder on Westhill than on any other track because it's the fastest track on LFS.
Okay, cool. Something else is that there aren't really any. Well, there's probably two genuine passing opportunities into turn 1 and then into maybe the back straight turn 5. Do you think that these are kind of genuine opportunities, or do you think there are any other opportunities around the track to make a pass apart from those two?
I think it's good opportunities through many corners. It just all depends on how close to the car you are, since you will get a lot of slipstream. So if you can get side by side into one of the corners, you have a good chance to pass. But sometimes it's kinda slows you down at the same time, because if both of the drivers tries to keep it on the track, without letting the other driver through, you're gonna break a lot to manage to keep being side by side. But yeah, I don't think it's quite a good idea to pass in the middle of the chicane, for example.
Yep, sorry to interrupt there, Tommy, but we just had a lead change. The Maximum Racing car has pitted, which has left Chris Wilkinson back in the lead of the race. So Chris Wilkinson is back in the lead of the race until he makes his next pit stop. So another lead change there.
As Near Dimension Racing member, it's great to see someone out of my team or our team or however being in the leading position of a race. But again, we won't tell him when he comes back into the commentary booth, because his ego is going to be like Godzilla.
Yeah, we can't give him any praise at all. When he comes back in, we have to say, how come we didn't do a better job, and why did you spin all that junk, even though it's not necessarily true. So when Chris gets back in the booth, we have to pretend that he did a bad job, even though we all know he did a good job. So well done, Chris, so far.
We have to pretend he's driving like a potato.
Exactly. One more question, Tommy, I'd like to ask is that Westhill is quite an open track. A lot of the corners are open to the air and the wind. Now today we're running with low wind, but it's only at 3 miles per hour. Do you think that if we had a higher wind, say 8 or 9 miles an hour, do you think that would have made for much more dangerous conditions and have more incidents and things like that?
Yeah, I think high wind here would be deadly. I can already feel with low wind that it's very different to drive, and that I have to take some corners much easier than I would with low wind. I mean no wind. But yeah, I think high wind here would make it extremely hard, because if you then, for example, get a lot of backwind for down straight, and you're gonna drive into T1 the first time, you're probably, you might drive off the track, and it kinda helps, with the slipstream and all. It's just gonna make passing and everything more dangerous, and especially I think inexperienced drivers might have a problem with it, just as I had at the first round. So yeah, it kinda makes it all more dangerous in my opinion.
Okay, thanks very much, Tommy, for the interview. It's been very enlightening, so just want to say thank you very much, and hope you... are you getting back in the car today, actually? Are you going to drive again, or are you finished for the day?
Yeah, I'm going to drive one more stint, so I'm going to jump in the car quite soon.
Okay, we'd just like to say thanks very much then, and good luck in the rest of the race today. That's Tommy Osgard from 777 Racing. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
It's always good to get a driver's insight into things, because although the commentators can talk about things, we've not actually been in the race today, so we're not 100% sure how things are and what the wind's like and things like that, so it's good to get a driver's opinion on it. We had seen that Sadel from Clockwork Motorsport did another fastest lap, the first fastest lap we've had in quite a long time, 35.11, which would be good enough for 8th position in the qualifying, so another stunning lap time there from Sadel. Remember, they were in the lead of the race at one point, but fell back due to technical problems, so they had a good race at the start, and then it kind of fizzled out.
So Chris is now going to have his last lap as leader, because he will be entering the pit lane after this lap. His teammate for this race, I would call it like that, Tim Mellinger has just joined.
Yep, that's Travis from Something Awful Racing, has just joined to take over the car. So Chris has done a pretty good job to hand the car back over in first position. Obviously, when they do this stop, they will fall back in position, but it's been a very good drive nonetheless from Chris Wilkinson. So well done to Chris.
Just to quote something out of the IRC channel, there was someone saying, "We in Lithuania say that Estonians are slow, but it seems to be that it's not true." He's referring to Estonian endurance racers who now took the lead after the Something Awful car pitted.
Yep, that's right, and if anyone remembers, there was a problem at the restart, the safety car restart for the Estonian endurance racers when they jumped the start and were penalised because of it. They have now worked their way back up to first place again, so obviously it's not a genuine first place because of the pit stops, but it's a good effort nonetheless from the Estonian endurance racers to make their way back up so many positions. Now we see that Travis Malinger, who's just taken over the car for Something Awful Racing, has exited the pits in second place. However, the Maximum Racing driver, Piropo, is just behind, maybe 5 seconds behind or so, and he's obviously on slightly older tyres. He's had a lap or two to get used to the tyres, so we could see Something Awful coming under challenge for second place in the next lap or two.
Piropo has been to the pit lane. Yeah, Chris Wilkinson is going to be joined soon us here in the commentary booth. At the moment he is called to race administration to give some statements about the driving conditions. And we've got a battle for 4th position, Gehammer versus Perron. Perron in the car, which seems to have advantages on this track. but he goes wide.
Yeah, Perron made a mistake there in the entry to Perron. Had all four wheels off on the grass off the track there. A very bad exit from the last corner, and Gahammer managed to pass him into turn 5 quite easily in the end. So. And TDRT are spinning off in the second last turn. Didn't see what started the incident, but they have done a massive spin. They're going to get out of the gravel okay because they're on FXR, but the left rear tyre is very warm, so it's going to be quite a handful for the first lap or so.
You said that they won't stuck in the gravel, but the problem is about this gravel. When you have a bit of damage to the you know,
undertray.
Yeah. As soon as the geometry of the car is damaged, you can't stuck in the gravel even with an FXR.
So after his double stint for the Something Awful team, we'd like to welcome back to the commentary box Chris Wilkinson.
Thanks, Gus. How's the race been up to now?
Well, it was alright apart from this guy, Wilkinson, I think his name was maybe. He was all over the place. He was absolutely terrible. I think he spun about 40 times or something. It was ridiculous. I was going to say to Deco you need to pull him in because he was so dangerous. It was just ridiculous, man. Apart from that, it's been good though. We enjoyed it. How about you?
Not bad, not bad. I've been told by all the lads at Something Awful that you were gonna say that I did absolutely rubbish and that I shouldn't take it, so I'm not gonna take it. Yeah, not a bad stint at all.
Well, next time we shouldn't announce our plans live on stream.
Yeah, we should keep the super secret plans super secret rather than announce them on the stream. But obviously, yeah, we have to say. Yeah, so we have to say that we have to say good job there, Chris. Obviously, you did a good job for the team. You brought it back in very good position, so good stint. And as we see Something Awful Racing and Piroppo from Maximum Racing battling with each other, so Travis Mellinger is in the car again for Something Awful Racing. Oh, and a chat bind from Kay Myers of Racing Radicals. So Racing Radicals are going to get a drive-through penalty for the chat bind.
Yep. Oh, and Zabaleta is off the road in turn number 1.
And Leicester from Snowguard Dragons is also off at turn 4. Looks like he's made a mistake on the exit of the turn there, and he's got a very hot left rear tyre. We have had a notification handed down by the race officials that car number 28, which is the Capo team, are asked to spectate from the race. They are being asked to leave the race effectively, and they have done so. They have just disconnected. So the reason for that was dangerous driving, causing multiple avoidable accidents, and ignoring blue flags. So car number 28, the Capo team, was asked to leave the event. So they have been causing quite a few problems. The drivers don't seem to be up to scratch. Even though this is an amateur league, the drivers do seem to be a little bit unsafe and dangerous towards other drivers. So for public safety, I suppose, they've been asked to leave, and they have done so. Seeing a side-by-side battle here between Egloff and Moore from Excite LRT and Epic Racing, respectively. Egloff gets past there, and also Seb Hutchinson is involved in this. I'm not sure if he's in the same lap though.
Seb Hutchinson? Seb Hutchinson is in fact a lap ahead. Seb Hutchinson holding off Egloff, who looks a bit faster. Egloff not happy at all, flashing his lights away.
So we can see that Gabor is trying to catch Staskovicius here, and Callan from VM Racing Team is getting in the way a little bit here, but it looks as if Gabor is down inside now, so he's now got a bit of a gap to make up to Staskovicius, but given their pace today, he might be able to make it up. Deadline Racing Team were doing really well at one point in time, but they've dropped back a few places now, so they're currently in 6th place. Looks as though Todorovic from Serbian Chrome Pistons might actually catch Gabor before Gabor catches Staskovicius. Todorovic has been quite quick, and I think he took out a couple of tenths in the last lap, so he's pushing really hard to try and close this gap here.
Oh, and something awful's been off. Something awful's been off in the 7th corner.
Yep, that lap was a 1:49.67. Race pace has been in the 36s, 35s and 36s, so about 14-15 seconds lost there, and Travis is off at turn 1 as well, so not having a good couple of laps here. Todorovic is right up behind Dressler here from Zion Racing, trying to get past Lapham here, and this is what we talked a little bit about with Tommy Osgard. When you get up behind a car like this, you lose a lot of time. You can see that the gap between Todorovic and Gabor has now inflated to about a second, maybe even more than that, so Todorovic lost a lot of time there because... Oh, and Dressler moved to defend that position even though he's not in that position. Dressler was moving across to block Todorovic from lapping him again there, so that was a little bit naughty there from Dressler. He shouldn't be battling like that if it's not for position. It looks as though the A-team driver Perron might be able to take the position from Something Awful Racing here. I think Travis is having a little bit of trouble with the car at the moment, and Perron took about 1.6 seconds out of him in the middle sector of that lap, so it looks as though this could be a change for 4th position.
Yep, well, we've already, by we I said Something Awful, we've already lost one place very recently to Kahama, and Travis is having a bit of problem getting into the car early on. Apparently we've changed the ARBs a bit too much and just struggling to get the car turned in turn 1, but we're getting there, so hopefully we won't lose too much.
The ARBs, for anyone who's not technically minded, are the anti-roll bars in the car, and you can adjust them from the cockpit, so you can either stiffen or soften both the front and or the rear anti-roll bars. So depending on how you change those, depending on if you make, for example, the front stiffer or the rear stiffer, you can change the way the car turns into the corner. So it seems as though Travis isn't quite used to the adjustments as they are right now, and Perron is on his hammer, so this could end up, we can see there, even from the outside camera, you can see that Travis had a lot of steering lock at the last turn there, at turn 7, so it looks as though he's had a little bit of trouble with corner entry, as Chris said. He's just had a bit of understeer problems, so Travis at the moment, I don't think he's in a situation to fight right now. He might lose this position, but he could get it back later on with the stop cycles.
Well, there's turn here going very slowly.
Incidentally, I know how it feels to get into a Something Awful car and then drop back a few places, because that's exactly what happened to me at the Kyoto round of this season. I jumped into the car and I wasn't totally comfortable with the car, and I lost a few places on cold tyres. So I know how it feels to get in a car and then and Perron makes a small mistake.
Perron.
Yep, he made a small mistake, got in the grass, and he's dropped back about half a second on Travis, so he's given him a bit of breathing room. But I know how it feels to get in a car and you drop back a few places and you feel as if you've done, you haven't done the best you could have done for the team. But it's a learning experience, and I'm sure that Travis is going to get into the groove here, and once he finds his groove, he's going to get back up to pace and possibly pull away here. We'll need to see what happens, what develops.
Oh, and here comes Perron. He's in the draft of Travis Merlinger. Has to go to the outside. Merlinger defending his line as they come in at turn 1. Perron very sideways. Holds on to the car. Cuts back down the inside. Merlinger with a decent enough exit, however, and Perron has to tuck back behind.
And a timeout for Racing Radicals there. Jay Jr. timed out, so another disconnection problem there. We've also got another tight battle here between Todorovic and Gebauer. We've been looking at this one a little bit over the last few laps, and it's difficult to know which battle to follow, whether we should follow the Perron and Merlinger battle or the Todorovic and Gebauer battle, but both of them are within half a second of each other, so it's a couple of tight battles on the track right now.
Yeah, well, Perron in the Something Awful VE team battle. Merlinger still holding his own, sort of, anyway. You can see that the car of Perron's quicker, but once Merlinger gets into the drift, in the drift. Come on, Chris. Let's start speaking English, eh? Once he gets into his zone, that's all we're looking for. If he keeps the E-team car behind him, he should start pulling away as he's doing so now.
And flashing back to the Todorovic-Gebauer battle, Todorovic is in the slipstream. He's probably not going to make it into turn 1, but he's getting very close. He might. Oh, he's just pulled out at the end. Oh, he's thought better of it, so he backed off there. He's probably going to make a run out of turn 1, maybe even. But yeah, Todorovic and Gebauer very, very close on the track here, as are the other two cars that we're looking at.
Yeah, Todorovic there just got on the power a bit too early and lost some time to Gebauer. But Sebam has a front right puncture in turn 1.
Race leader for Estonian endurance races is a front right puncture. Yep, it happened at turn 1, so he's going to have to do the full lap, a full lap with a right front puncture, and we know how much that cost. It cost the team before 30 seconds and 7 places. Now he's not going to lose as many places as that, but for sure he's going to lose at least 1 place. So Sepam has a right front puncture. He's making it back okay. He's still doing 135 miles an hour at the back straight. It's going to be okay in right-hand turns, but in left-hand turns he's going to have some trouble. So he's going to have to give the track a lot of respect, and he's going to have to make sure he doesn't go off the track here. He does have cars around about him, but there aren't too many of them. He's approaching the left-hander now. What's he going to do? He's going to go off the track.
This might be a
safety gravel trap.
He manages to get down the power. And he reverses across the track. There's 2 cars coming. Oh, just manages to get off the track.
Well, that was it was interesting. He got in the gravel trap and he had the brains to gas it up and get it back out of the gravel trap, but he then engaged reverse and drove across the track. So a little bit of brains and a little bit of something else at that point in time, but it worked out okay in the end. He didn't cause any contact. Let's see if he takes more caution at this turn. He's on the brakes. He's still going quite quickly, 90 miles an hour through that turn. So you can do 90 miles an hour through that turn with a punctured right front tyre apparently. Making it in the pit lane now, so that's he still is in first place right now, but he is going to be passed by at least 1 car.
Well, here comes
Piroppo from Maximum Racing is going past right now, so that is Sepam demoted to 2nd place. The 3rd place driver is a bit further back, so let's have a look for them. Gahammer is coming out of the last turn right now, so he's coming out of the turn. He's definitely going to get past. Sepam is still in the pits. You can see him on the right hand side of the screen now, so there we go. So that's Sepam down into 3rd place. Is he going to lose more positions?
Well, here comes Mailinger down the pit straight, who has actually who's started to get in the groove now, and he's going to take 3rd place. We're not 100% sure here of Nurma's pace, who's just taken over the ER car, but they won't have to pit again. Mailinger, Gahammer and Piroppo probably will.
Yep, so let's just clarify that. What's happened there is the EER have dropped from 1st to 4th position. Maximum Racing are now the current leaders. 2nd place are Gravity Racing Team with Gahammer at the wheel. 3rd place are Something Awful Racing with Mailing at the wheel. And as Chris said, he's now picked up his pace. He's pulled away slightly from Perron, so it looks as if Travis is now comfortable in that car, and he's going to push on now. And we also see now that Tommy Osgard is back in the 777 racing car. We had him on as an interview guest a few minutes ago, so he has taken over the car again from Jan Gruner. Remember that Jan Gruner had some problems with his tyre temperatures behind the safety car. His tyre temperatures dropped down to rock cold, to rock bottom, stone cold, and he was having some really big problems. So now Tommy is back in the car, and he's going to finish the race. So he's got an hour and 6 minutes roughly to go to the end of the race. Tommy's going to take it home.
So let's have a think about the championship standings up to now, and it's 777 Racing leading the championship, 42 points behind the Sonic Realms, and 7 Carat only 2 points behind them. But what do you lads think in the commentary box about Sonic Realms' and 7 Carat's chances of actually catching up to the back of 777's Racing's points?
Well, it's been quite a disastrous race for Sonic Realms so far. They're currently sitting in 14th place. That's only going to net them 30 points in this race, so it doesn't look like they're going to close the gap that much this race.
And also looking back through the championship standings as well, we've got E-Team, our previous champions, down in 9th, 79 points away from the lead.
Oh wow, just going to interrupt. A crash between Sonic Realms, yes, Seb Hutchinson and GI Racing Tormilla. So Seb Hutchinson has just spun, he's rejoining the track now, so I think he's got some cosmetic damage on the front of the car. I don't know if there's any real mechanical damage. No, there's a small amount of mechanical damage on the right front, but it doesn't look too bad right now. It looked as though Seb Hutchinson was up the inside of the GI Racing car, and he thought that he had the corner, but it didn't turn out that way, and the GI car made contact. Now, I did read in the IRC channel earlier on that one of the GI drivers was complaining that they had actually lost power in the car, so they had done some engine damage to the car, which made them slow on the straight. So possibly that gave an opening to Seb Hutchinson, but whatever the case, there was contact and there was a big spin there, so it doesn't look too good right now for Sonic Realms. And Seb Hutchinson is round the outside of the sweepers. He's beeping his horn as well. He's beeping his horn. Oh, contact again. The GI Racing just turned into the back left corner of the Sonic Realms car. But I think that is now Seb Hutchinson passed and away from that position for 13th.
Meanwhile, here in the battle for 4th, we've got Nurma, who had the front right puncture that we saw for EER, who were leading and now falling into the clutches of Pierre Perron of E-Team.
Yep, Perron is catching up the back of... and this comes Pierre Perron. Yep, exactly. Pierre Perron was menacing the back of Nurma. They were just talking about Nurma, and now Pierre Perron is back in the pits. So this is obviously going to be the last planned scheduled pit stop for Pierre Perron. There is no driver to take over from him, so he's going to do the last stint himself. A double stint there from Pierre Perron. It's been quite common today to see double stints from drivers.
Oh, and Neva's batting off. Neva, for Maximum Racing, seems to have had enough because something awful have been promoted up to 2nd place now. And something's happened there, so Neva lost the lead for Maximum Racing. Oh, and a spin! Spin, spin, spin! That is Tomler again. And he rejoins right in front of Todorovic, stupidly! Not looking where he's going really, and joining in front of Todorovic. He managed to avoid him somehow, but Tomler on the
to be honest, in the time when you were driving, we have seen a couple of closer calls than this one.
Oh, and Scott Miller's off as well for Epic Racing. So Scott Miller now going to rejoin, and he rejoins in 18th place. I don't think he's lost a position, has he? No. So fatigue starting to come in for some drivers now as Tomler enters the pits after his excursion into the gravel trap. And Gebauer in the pits as well for 7 Carat Racing. Lag spike there as well for Sebastian Hutchinson. Hopefully that doesn't turn into anything bigger. A big lag now for Sebastian Hutchinson. He's and this is big lag for Sebastian Hutchinson, and this could be problematic. This is very, very akin to Rudy Van Buren in the last Masters of Endurance round. Very akin. Big lag, as we've already said before, for Seb Hutchinson in the Sonic Rams racing car. And this is a disaster for them. They've already had a bad day, with Seb having quite a few incidents since he was leading the race early on. And now, from what I'm hearing in the background, they do have a standby ready to take over from him if this problem gets any worse or doesn't improve.
Yeah, we've just been monitoring the situation myself there, and for a while there, for about 30 seconds or so, it was very bad lag, and it was disappearing from the server and things. But now his lag is actually really good. He's pinging consistently at 0.03 to 0.08 seconds, which is nothing. That's pretty much perfect ping at the moment. So it does seem to be very intermittent. At the moment, it seems as if it's fixed. So whether the officials decide to pull him in or not is an interesting decision, interesting call. There is a driver standing by to take over from him if need be, but right now, I mean, at this very moment in time, the lag is perfect. There's nothing wrong with his car right now, so I'm not sure what's going to happen here.
Yeah, meanwhile, Gahama for Craft Racing Team are in the pits, which means that something awful inherit the lead for now. Neva of Maximum Racing second. Nurma finally getting back up through to third. Still fighting his way through, about to start challenging Neva for second place.
Yep, there's currently about 1.2 seconds between Nurma and Neva, so that's pretty close. There's about another 4 seconds between Neva and Mellinger, so Something Awful Racing have about a 4-second lead at this point in time.
Well, after 5 hours of racing, 4 seconds are more or less nothing.
Meanwhile, Leicester is starting to challenge the back of Gebauer. He's down in 7th and 8th place. Falkenine ahead for Raptor Racing. He's managed just to keep it himself ahead of this battle now. But Gebauer is being slowly eaten up by the Snowguard Dragons car of Leicester.
Nurma now coming up to the back of the sugarcane. The gap reduced to about
about 6/10 now between Nurma and Neva, and Neva made a small mistake there in turn 9, put a couple of wheels on the grass again, so this is getting closer and closer between Nurma and Neva. Nurma in the XRR and Neva in the FZR, remember.
Neva now having the next car in front of him, the next car to be lapped.
Meanwhile,
So, Neva is now-
here he is. Oh. Alright, I'll go. Neva now, he's gonna get the draft from Calhan, but so is Nurma. Nurma in the faster XRR. He's gonna have to try and follow Neva through the inside. I had a very similar position, and he's looking to the inside, but he's just Neva a bit too quick. Didn't want to risk that move for fear of death, or rather heavy penalty if he clipped him. But now coming out of turn 1 through the left hand kink, Neva still has enough of a gap to hold on for now. Nurma's still not close enough for the slipstream on the back of the Maximum Racing car as they come into the fast chicane. Now he doesn't want to be too close, because if he is too close he will suffer from the draft, and he gets very close now. He's in the slipstream. Does he look to the inside? No run there. He backs off before the corner. Oh, but he's overcooked it, being in the draft. Lost a lot of time just with the sheer amount of understeer there because of the lack of downforce. So he drops back a considerable amount of time to Neva.
He's had earlier in the race some problems with overtaking an FZR. He finally passed it because the FZR got punted off the track. There are no good signs for Nurma, because I think Neva is a very competitive racer in this battle.
We could really see into turn 7 in the last lap there how much the downforce, the lack of downforce caused by the car in front, cost Nurma. Right before the corner, he was right on Neva's bumper, probably 0.1 or less than 0.1 of a second behind him, and after the turn he just lost 10 car lengths or so. So it does make a massive difference getting too close to the car in front. What you need to do is back off a little bit and get a better run through the corner, but that's not always in your mind when you're racing hard. Oh, and Seb Hutchinson may be lagging again. Yep, so Seb Hutchinson has got quite a lot of lag at the moment. He's actually disappeared from the map, so it could cause a disconnection itself, or it could need to be remedied. We did have this discussion a little bit of time ago, that it was quite bad for a time, and then it solved itself, fixed itself. It appears to be back and worse than before, in some instances anyway. So we don't know what's going to happen right now yet.
From time to time he's disappearing for 4 and maximally 15 seconds. That's much, very much here.
Meanwhile, the battle between Nurma and Neva continues. There's still less than half a second between the two cars, so Nurma he's obviously caught Neva, but he can't really do anything with it at the moment. He needs to catch him in the right part of the track and try and get a slipstream down the main straight or up into turn 3 or 4 possibly. At the moment he can't do anything with it. He's very close behind now. He's right behind Neva, but watch how much the distance, the gap increases now. Look at that, he lost another couple of 3 car lengths just in that one corner, so Nurma needs to be behind him at the right point in the track. That's the important point.
Nurma definitely have got problem with all the sturdy air. But meanwhile he learned that he had to have to back off a bit before the corner, so he doesn't get off the track.
Yep, it was definitely better driving there for Nurma. He wasn't so close behind that time. Remember the time before he lost probably 10 car lengths or so because he was too close. That time it wasn't too bad. He was quite close but not too close. It was just the natural characteristics that forced him to drop back that time. So he's going to have to just keep trying and try and line it up in the right part of the track so that he can do Neva into turn 1 or up into maybe turn 5 even. So it's difficult to plan it. Sometimes it doesn't work how you want it to. There is some traffic ahead as well. I think it's the Fubar car up ahead, which may hinder Neva enough and cause a change of position itself. This could be it now, because Nurma's going to get a double draft here. He's going to get a draft from Neva and he's going to get a draft from the car ahead, Newton. So this could be it. He's going to... Oh, is he going to make it into turn 1? Neva pulls out. He's not... I mean, Neva's kind of weaving over the track here. That's a bit unsporting. Neva made 2 moves there. They're both going to get Newton into turn 1, so that's okay. But Nurma's not going to be able to take advantage of this point in time. But that was kind of questionable driving there from Neva. He made a couple of little moves across the track. Not very sporting.
Well, he tried to break the slipstream, but well, we've seen this in other leagues too, something which has been done quite often in ITCC also.
And this could be it. Nurma is in the draft. Is Neva going to block the inside? Yes, of course he is. Nurma's going to go to the outside. He's not going to make it around the outside, is he? Yep, and Maximum tried to outbrake Maximum, but it didn't quite come off. There was a slight amount of contact there between the two cars, but as it stands at the moment, Nurma is still behind Neva in the EER car, so it's still status quo, but you can just feel the tension. Nurma is getting really annoyed at this. He's getting riled up, and I imagine that he's going to get the pass done pretty soon, because Neva is not going to be able to hold on forever.
And on the other side, the one who profits the most out of it is Travis Merlinger in the Sonic Realm, sorry, and the Something Awful car. Because they two, Neva and Nurma, are blocking themselves from driving fast.
Yep, that's right. There's almost 8 seconds now between Travis Mellinger in the lead and Neva in second place. So remember, at one point that was only 3 or 4 seconds. It's now 8 seconds near enough. So the gap has doubled as Neva and Nurma are blocking each other and they're dicing with each other. They're compromising their own lap times. So Travis Mellinger and his team will be jumping up and down for joy at this, because it gives them some breathing room and it lets Travis just build a nice gap, so that if Nurma can get past Neva, he has to go a lot further up the track to try and catch Travis Mellinger in first position at the moment. Now there is a gaggle of 3 lap cars up ahead of Neva and Nurma at the moment. And remember, the last time that Nurma had a good opportunity was when he was helped by traffic. So we could see the traffic interfering here. If the 3 cars up ahead don't recognise the situation and don't give respect to the lappers, we could see a change in position. Neva moves to the inside quite early. Nurma is not using the full draft. He's now in the draft, but Neva is moving quite aggressively to try and break the slipstream, as Theo said, but you know, that's not the most sporting behaviour to make more than one move per straight. If you're moving left and right to try and break the draft, it's not sporting conduct in any way really. It kind of goes against racing. You should make one move to protect your line or to protect your slipstream and then stay where you are, whereas moving left and right and left isn't really on.
The thing is, while they were driving over the straight, I've seen a lag by Sepp Hutchinson again.
And Zion team have just timed out there. So Zion team timed out from the server. That was
not only a really short fill, they can they can be more aggressive with their tires too. Well, we were talking about the thing that Merlinger has got to go to pits another time.
Yep, we've been discussing the pit stop strategies and what's yet to unfold in the race today. The current race clock is at 5 hours 24 minutes, and I think we're all in agreement up here in the commentary box that the Something Awful team need to pit again before the end of the race, whereas the teams in second and third position don't need to pit. So we think that the battle that is currently between Nurma and Neva for second and third place is eventually going to turn into the battle for the race lead. So that's why we're giving it so much attention, because that's what we think is going to turn out in the next few laps. But you know, we could be wrong. We have been wrong before. I've definitely been wrong before myself as well. So that's what we
Somebody
think.
goes shooting off. it's Callan, and he went absolutely flying off in turn 7. He's driving over to the other side of the track, reversing. Strange behaviour from Callan. He's gonna get it back on the road now, but no, he's gonna try some of my.
He's gonna wait.
Famous grass drifting.
No, he's gonna wait until our cars have passed him, so he doesn't get in their way.
Yep, so Callan is really stressing the all-wheel drive system there of the FXR. I'm assuming everyone knows, but just in case anyone doesn't know, the FXR is obviously all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive system, so he was on the grass there just testing it out, so good luck to him.
Mellinger is in pit. Mellinger is in pit.
So Travis now in 3rd place. He's gonna drop to 4th as well because here comes Hammer down the pit straight.
For a moment I thought Gamer would also pit.
So Something Awful Racing pit from the lead, currently in 4th position as it stands. That promotes Nieva in the Brazilian Maximum Racing team to 1st position. It promotes Nirma in Estonian Endurance Racers to 2nd position, and it promotes Gehammer from Gravity Racing team to 3rd position. So the Something Awful team has dropped from 1st to 4th. As we predicted, they had to pit again, so that's obviously cleared up that pit picture.
Oh, it also promoted our battle between the team from the Baltic Sea and the team who's planting sugarcane in their gardens to the battle for the lead.
Oh, we've just seen that Matonis has gone off the track again. That's the White Dynamo Tigers driver, so I think he's had at least 3, possibly even more spins in that 2 or 3 corners. So Matonis, he's had 5 apparently. He's had 5 spins in one particular corner, so he's not learning from his mistakes. The thing is that we understand that everyone's going to make mistakes. I mean, every person is going to make mistakes. They're going to spin off. They're going to do whatever. But the thing is that you have to learn from your mistakes. If you go off in one corner, you have to learn, what the maximum you can do in that corner is. So it doesn't look like he's learning from his mistakes very well, Matonis. back to the lead now. We've got Nurma and Nieva again. Oh, Nieva makes a big lock up there. Nieva just carried the lock brake for about 100 metres there on the entry to turn 1, so Nieva is doing a bit of damage to his right front tyre. We did speak a little bit about this earlier on, about locking the inside front tyre at turn 1 as you're turning in and braking at the same time, and it was visible there. Nieva locked his right front brake, or right front tyre, for about 100 metres, so he's carried that for a long period of time. Probably done some damage to the tyre, maybe caused a flat spot, and that could signal more problems. Remember that he is battling for the lead now with Nieva and Nurma are now battling for the lead, so any damage that he does to his car could have repercussions later in the race. And Nurma's timing out. He's timing out. Nurma is timed. Oh wow! Nurma, the ER car, has timed out from the lead. From second place. That is heartbreaking for those guys. I mean, they done so much. They got so close to the end of the race. They were, a second away from the lead of the race, and they've timed out. That is heartbreaking stuff for ER. What a shame.
And this actually brings something awful back into the podium position. At the moment,
something I am very happy about.
Travis Merlinger, Chris Wilkinson, Eric Smith. Was there someone else driving?
We have it's now Neva's and Maximum Racing's race to lose. Here comes Sepam to replace the timed out driver for ER, and that is just gutting for the team. They've come back from a fairly poor qualifying position. They've come back to the drive-through penalty they got.
Again complaints about 05's lags. Hutchinson's problems coming back.
Very slightly for Seb Hutchinson, a bit of just jumping about. It's not as bad as we've seen before, but it is probably distracting to the drivers around him. There we go, there's a big lag. And this is starting to get a bit of a bigger problem for Sonic Realms Racing overall.
Yeah, at the moment it's fluctuating between kind of what I would call Brazilian lag or Australian lag, which is just kind of high ping. Because it's going between that, and then it's going to sometimes it's disappearing and reappearing up the track, which is obviously a little bit more dangerous. So at the moment it doesn't look great, but we have seen it getting better and worse over the last half hour or so.
Yeah, well, one example of Brazilian lag is the car directly behind him and our race leader, Neva, who's currently holding about a 0.145 ping rate. An example of normal lag is Sepam, who's just timed out with a 0.05 or 6. That's about European ping rate.
There is also quite a close battle on track between Tommy Osgard and Runas for 7th and 8th position. It's about a second apart at the moment. Tommy did take out quite a lot of time in the last lap, but this lap he's doing a little bit slower, so this is waxing and waning a little bit. Tommy Osgard, remember, he was the guest we had on earlier on, Norwegian guest we had earlier on, so he's down to 0.88 seconds behind now, so he's making up some time on Runas.
There was the next lag, and another one. The thing for the race administration about Seb Hutchinson is at the moment, everything is okay. No one is distracted too much. But when there is going to be an accident or something, there is going to be a lot of crying about it, and why the race administration didn't do anything against it.
Well, it's a very spiky. Well, that's all he's getting. He's just getting lots and lots of rather large lag spikes. But it's a very random occurrence. Just every now and then he just gets a big pocket of lag coming out, and just one big spike on his lag every now and then. And like right now, it's fine, and then it just goes up, and you get a massive ping, and he starts flying about the place. It's very strange, and it's got a habit of like fixing itself, so you could class it as being a bit unfair to pull him in, but if it's endangering other drivers, he really shouldn't be on track.
To make an analogy, it's sort of like somebody stepping on a garden hose. You know, sometimes when nobody's stepping on the hose, it's fine, but when somebody steps on it, it just blocks all the communication, and you get a delay in packets, and you know, he doesn't send any packets to the server to let the server know where he is, so he disappears, and then suddenly he sends packets to the server, and the server goes, ah, there he is over there, and then plants the car. So, you know, in the time that no packets are being received from him to the server doesn't know where to place him, so the server basically says, well, the last time I knew where he was here, and then just leaves a kind of ghost there saying, this is where he was last time I knew about him, and then, you know, a second later or 2 seconds later, he gets updated to someone else on the track. And the problem is that when he gets updated to someone else on the track, if where he gets updated to is basically next to another car, within clipping range of another car, that other car can be damaged, can be thrown off the track, whatever it is. So the problem is that when he's disappearing and reappearing, he can reappear anywhere, and when he reappears, if there's someone right next to him, it can cause a massive crash. And we have seen quite a few lag crashes in the past where someone's just been dropped down in the middle of a battle, and they've broken 2 or 3 people's cars, knocked them off the track, totally damaged them, wrecked them. So the problem is that, you know, if you call him in and say, right, you need to change right now, his lag could actually get better in the next 10 seconds, we don't know. So, you know, Deco has got, or the race officials have got a difficult job right now to decide what to do. If they want to pull him in, or if they want to let him out, leave him out there and see if it improves. But I noticed that Nieva has kind of backed off a little bit. Nieva, the race leader, has backed off to save being close to Seb Hutchinson, so that kind of eases the problem a little bit, because when the race leader was close to Seb Hutchinson, there was an element of increased danger, but right now there's no one within 100 metres or so of Seb Hutchinson, so he can lag a little bit and it's not going to cause any danger right now.
And he actually has got the possibility to back it off a bit, because the next car is just on the middle of the start-finish straight. The car of Gehammer.
Well, while we were discussing that, Jay Jr. has been off in the RSR car doing a bit of grass drifting.
Let's off-road.
Well, RSR is actually in the middle of nowhere. They have had disconnects all over the race, and from the service standpoint, they are really in a no man's land, because there's no car on their lap, and there's no so every car is at least one lap up or one lap down from the server side. Not from the tracker side, this will be a different thing, but from the server they are in no man's land. Now Neva is again close to Seb Hutchinson, because Seb Hutchinson had to overlap Matonis, however, from White Tiger Express Motorsports. Although Matonis seems to want to give in some room from time to time, Neva is just staying behind.
It's very difficult to read Matonis' behaviour, because he's moving to the inside as if to give the racing line, but then he moves back onto the racing line, so it's difficult to know exactly what he's going to do, and that's a really bad way to act when you're being lapped. When you're being lapped by someone, you should be as clear as you possibly can be about your intent. Either stay on the racing line or move off the racing line and lift off to let someone pass. If you're going off the racing line but staying flat on the throttle, that doesn't help anyone, because you're costing yourself time and you're costing the person behind you time. Plus, they're not sure what your intentions are. So when you're being lapped, you need to be clear about your intentions. Let the person who's lapping you know what you're going to do. Don't do anything silly, and that's not really what Matonis was doing there.
And there is a car in the graveyard. It's an XRR.
And we've finally lost connection to Seb Hutchinson. Seb Hutchinson lost connection to him, so that's his lag problem coming to the fore there again. So the question of whether the race officials were going to request a change has been answered, and Seb Hutchinson's connection has told the story itself. He's rejoined the server. Seb Hutchinson has joined the server again. He's in the car.
But it's still not looking very good. He's got a lot of warping, even in the pit lane. So the car which have been in the graveyard, the XRR, have been the XRR of White Tiger Express Motorsports of Matonis, but he actually made it out of this gravel trap there. So no late caution here. Should a caution come out, it would be the most heartbreaking finish we would ever see of a 6-hour race, I think.
Yep, there's about 16 and a half minutes to go in the race. If a caution did come out, if a safety car period was announced, then we'd probably have 3 or 4 laps under safety car, which would be about 10 minutes. So we'd have a 6 or 7 minute dash to the finish, and it would be something to see. So part of me wants that to happen, and part of me doesn't want that to happen. We'll just see what happens.
And Tommy Oscott is coming close to the Deadline racing car. Fighting here through the traffic. No good race for 777 Racing. So Osgard, the thing is he again like tsunami running all over Runes, or is Runes someone who can fight with him? That's going to be the question. Runes is going wide. One-tenth in the first sector. Win for Osgard. Coming now through the left-hander and then the long right-hander. Then it goes under the bridge into a little right king, and then in the final corner, the left corner, sorry, the right corner, and then the last corner is a left-hander, and then we're on the long start-finish straight. So Tommy won about half a second last lap.
Hi guys.
He's got Runes now quite big in his windscreen. Even though he lost 1/10 of a second in the first sector.
So joining us in the commentary box now we have Jonathan Palmer, otherwise known as Deco Jester, our race official, one of our race officials today, our race director. So how do you think this race has gone, Jonathan?
It has gone pretty good. I know a few people were talking, said, "Oh, it's Westhill, it's going to be boring in these cars." And actually, there's been some pretty good stuff. Only the one safety car period for a car getting stuck in the gravel. It looks like we're going to go clean sailing to the end, I should hope.
Fuba Racing turned out. That was Newton, and for Newton now coming in is Ruiz. Meanwhile, Osgard again won 3/10 of a second.
I just wanted to stop here real quick before the Osgard-Runes battle got too close. Just wanted to thank Chris Ford and Michael Booth for helping me admin today with reviewing the protests, and also Jack Atkinson for being around a little bit to help safety car for a bit. Been a pretty good race. Yeah, unfortunately we had problems with the tracker. Our usual computer, which is Timo Hinion's computer that he has VNC on, we couldn't access it, so we had to have Boothie run it, and then about 5 minutes into the race Boothie timed out and he could no longer reconnect to the NDR website, and we can no longer connect the NDR site to his database. So we'll be rerunning the tracker tonight to get everything sorted out, but thankfully we haven't had too many timeout issues from what I've seen. But yeah, been a great help with them, and of course all of you down here helping out with the commentary. I have to go download the broadcast tomorrow and have a look at it.
Okay, thank you, and also yeah, I'd like to say thanks as well to the admins and the safety car drivers, because I know how difficult it is to be, backstage, looking at incidents and reviewing incidents and giving your opinion and things like that. So yeah, all the admin team and also the safety car and rescue car drivers have done a great job today, so thanks to them. Without people like them, it wouldn't be possible to make a race series like this, so thank you to all of them, everyone who puts their time in. Great effort.
Yeah, and we actually have had for the even though it's 6 hours, it feels like we've had quite a few protests. We got most of them were early in the race, but we got most of them done timely, so it was a pretty good, efficient crew here today in the admin tower. But it's good, and can't wait for next round. Of course, later this month, or later mid-March, we have another intensive adminning event of the Kyoto 250, which is always fun. Every time I run an oval race, 3 strands of my hair goes grey, and then I lose another 6. But that's it's always fun how different it is to admin oval than to a road course, because on an oval everything just happens so much quicker than a road course. It's always quite interesting, but it's good fun, and it's great having some good racing today. Hope you've been enjoying it.
About the Kyoto 250 you spoke about, MultiBC is going to show the race, the actual Kyoto 250, on March the 20th.
20th, yes. Starting at about 4 p.m. UTC. Well, I'm going to head back off to the administration room. Bye, guys.
So we've got about 8 minutes left in the race now. 5 hours 52 and 52 minutes 10 seconds gone. Just under 8 minutes to go. It looks as if the major positions are settled. There's a small battle for 5th place between Perron and Todorovic, but it looks as if there's a reasonable gap there. So it looks as if the major placings are already settled. But it has been a great race so far. I mean, we've seen a lot of action. We see some good passes. Seb Hutchinson going round the outside in turn 4 in particular. We've seen a lot of incidents as well, crashes and spins, and we've seen a safety car and people in the gravel and things. So it's been a very eventful race so far, and it seems as though we've always been able to find quite a close battle on the track. So I've certainly enjoyed it, and I hope that everyone watching it has as well.
Yeah,
so
we were saying there that all the major places had been decided, but we do still have a sort of battle over 7th place, and if Tommy Oscar can get his finger out, keep his nose clean and stop really pushing now, 7 minutes to go, he might be able to get on the back of Runas and make a move for 7th place.
They exactly drove the same lap time last lap.
Oh, Runas
Lap
makes a bit of a mistake
214.
in turn 1 though. Oh, but then Tommy Oscar makes a bit of a mistake on the exit as well, so it's almost neutralised.
Yep, both the drivers did a 1 minute 36.05 second lap, so good spot there.
Well, about that the major positions are settled. We've got this battle, and yeah, it calmed down a bit in the last half an hour after the timeout. It was not the thing we wanted to see, that Estonia Endurance Races lose this race because of, well, technical failure or something. It's been a great race so far with very different leaders. We've had a time where Tommy Ostgaard was at least close to the lead in the front pack. We've had a time where Sonic Realms Racing led.
We had Clockwork Motorsports leading with Sadel. We had Sean Williams leading for about 10 seconds off the start grid.
Please. Morris is now a bit aggressive. He's fighting for a position he's not fighting. He shall not be fighting for. He blocked Osgard.
Yeah, well, while Tommy Osgard's sort of fallen off the back of Modestus Runas is catching up to the back of Todorovic at quite a pace. I don't know whether he'll be able to get on the back of him and get past in 5 minutes, but he'll almost definitely get on the back of him unless Todorovic seriously improves his pace here.
It doesn't look like this.
There's currently 1.0. Yeah, one sector he took out 0.2 of a second. There's only 1.04 seconds between them. So, Runas makes a mistake. He's going to spin.
Good save.
Oh wow. Yeah, that was great reaction driving there from Runas. I thought he was going to spin. He was totally sideways, but he caught it. Good driving there, but he has dropped back a little bit. Let's see what the difference is with the next split. Remember, it was 1.04 seconds at split 1. Split 2 is just about to come up. It's now 1.37, so he lost about 3 tenths, just over 3 tenths there to Todorovic. So that mistake was costly.
Oh, and that is Matonis being off in turn 1.
Well, and in this battle for 6th position overall, Osgard did the fastest lap.
Oh, and Matonis has a right front puncture, Chris. Chris just picked up the fact he was off at turn 1. He has a right front puncture at turn 3, so he's going to have to do pretty much a full lap with some... He's going to rejoin in front of people. Oh no! Perron goes past.
Bit of a stupid place to rejoin on one of the tightest apexes on the track. He has survived. Perron just got held up a bit. He's in this battle for 6th. Let's see if we can get back around with 3 minutes to go. Matonis just pushing his... And Seb Hutchinson off as well! Seb Hutchinson's been off very hot rear left, and Todorovic times out! Todorovic times out from 6th place, disaster for Serbian Chrome Pistons. Matonis Matonis has 2 front flats! Matonis has 2 front flat tyres! So Matonis running around with 2 front flat tyres, a timeout for
Serbian Chrome
Pistons from 6th. Thank you for the help there.
Wow, that is...
Matonis is going to get stuck in the gravel. Matonis is going to get stuck in the gravel. Can he keep it going? He's going to spin. No, he keeps it going. Oh, he
Stay off the track. Stay off the track. Don't get on the bloody track. Oh god, I don't know what this guy's doing. He's on the track. Oh, he should have stayed off the track. Anyway, we have 1 minute 20 seconds to go, less than that now, so where is the leader? We need to find the leader.
Neva is coming through turn 1 now, so this will be the final lap of the race.
Yes. Well, about the double front puncture we've talked about earlier. Oh, and Matonis doesn't hit the pit box. So here we go. About double front flat tires, we've spoken earlier on. Also.
So let's just talk about Neva and he's coming home. Neva is in turn 5, the fast chicane at the back straight. Oh, and Matonis has a stop-go penalty. He must have been speeding in the pit lane. He's come into the pit lane without his pit limiter on. He's left it without the pit limiter on and thought he had the limiter on, and he's whacked it. So he's just got a stop-go penalty there. I did that once as well when I forgot my engine was off. I forgot to put the limiter on. Anyway, Neva is in split 2. He's coming up to the last couple of turns. Chris, would you like to... Oh no! He's run out of petrol!
Time's up.
I thought Neva had run out of petrol there. He lifted off the accelerator at turn 10. Anyway, carry on, Chris.
So then here is Neva to come across the line to win the first race of Maximum Racing's GTAL career. Let's take a look at second place. And it's Gaham in the FXR for Gravity Racing. Second place for them. Bring it home in a commanding fashion.
And now, please, Wilco, I will let it to you because you were driving for them. 24, something awful. It's now your part.
Thank you, and something awful, not a something awful day at all for something awful. How many times can you say something awful in one sentence? But Melinger comes across the line around about now to take something awful's first podium in GTL. That'll do.
Gebauer now coming in as fourth, and behind them the very unfortunate Sepam for Estonian endurance races. Classified here on silver with 200 laps down because of the timeout.
And Tosgaard finished about 3.5 tenths behind Runas, so he never made it past Runas, but great race there, and especially good result for Something Awful Racing, picked up first podium there. But Maximum Racing deserve obviously team of the day. They won this one with a great drive, new team to GTL, fantastic effort, good, well done guys, you deserved it.
Well, Maximum Racing for sure was the team with the most rumours about it during this time of this race, especially when Neva joined the first time. Gahama, from my position, the 33 machine was quite quiet throughout the race. Hasn't been involved in too many incidents. And then the 24 machine with some driver I can't remember who have had some lead laps. Actually, they lost the race because of the pit strategy. But still very well, they've got the first podium in GTAL.
Wow, that was an exciting end to the race, wasn't it guys? I mean, it looked as if everything was done and dusted, and then we had the very unfortunate timeout for Chevron Chrome Pistons, and we had a guy coming home with 2 front punctures on the track and things like that. It was just a crazy end to a great race, so I was really enjoyed it today.
Well, if I remember all the race, the thing which keeps staying in my mind was the first hour with all those punctures, and at that point I have had the fear that this would continue and would cause much more trouble than it has caused in the end. Also, today there haven't been that many XRRs being beached because of failures, but still there have been quite a few times in the beach, but got out, which is not usual for XRRs.
Yeah, well, I was expecting more of them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite amazed how the Matonis with 2 front punctures managed to just power through the gravel trap in the last few laps. I was adamant in my head that it was gonna finish under safety car, but thankfully it didn't. So a great end to a terrific race, and it's Neva and Maximum Racing taking maximum points today with a brilliant win. Gahama for Gravity Racing in second, and Something Awful getting their first podium in the GTL in third place. I'm Chris Wilkinson. Gus Leggate and Theodor Falkenberg have been alongside me today. Thank you for joining us. Next round in a month's time from Fern Bay Gold. Thank you for joining us. Good night.